There is a feeling, a deep and weary ache that so many of us know intimately. It's the feeling of rowing a boat with all your might, muscles burning, breath ragged, only to look up and realize you are fighting a powerful current, barely moving an inch. This is the sensation of modern life for so many. The gospel of hustle, the glorification of struggle. We are taught from our first breath that success is a battle, that worth is earned through exhaustion, and that our dreams lie on the other side of a brutal, uphill climb. We wear our burnout like a badge of honor, sacrificing our peace, our health, and our joy on the altar of relentless effort. We push, we strive, we force, and we grind. And at the end of the day, we collapse, wondering if this constant fight is all there is. But what if this entire premise is flawed? What if the very struggle we've been taught to embrace is the one thing holding us back? What if the universe isn't a hostile force to be conquered, but a benevolent river designed to carry us toward our desires with grace and speed? Imagine for a moment that the path to everything you want, be it abundance, love, or profound peace, is not a path of resistance, but one of release. This is the radical, quiet truth of the path of least effort. This isn't a philosophy of laziness or inaction. Far from it. It is the art of intelligent, inspired, and aligned action. It's the difference between pushing a boulder uphill and simply stepping out of its way as it rolls, guiding it gently towards its destination. This journey we are about to embark on together is an exploration of this profound shift in perception. We will delve into ancient wisdom and modern understanding, uncovering how to unlearn the habit of struggle and master the art of allowing. And the most beautiful part is that this life-altering wisdom can be absorbed seamlessly into your life through the simple, powerful magic of audiobooks. These spoken words can become the soundtrack to your daily commute, your morning workout, or your evening relaxation, transforming once mundane moments into sessions of deep personal transformation. You don't need to find more hours in the day. You only need to tune your listening to a different frequency, a frequency of ease, flow, and effortless manifestation. The river is waiting. It's time to finally put down the oars. To begin this journey, we must first confront the foundational myth, the great and silent ghost that haunts the halls of our ambition. It is the great misconception, the deeply ingrained, almost sacred belief in the nobility of struggle. We have, as a culture, built a grand cathedral in honor of hardship. We worship at the altar of exhaustion, and we see suffering not as a signal to change course, but as a righteous tax we must pay for success. We are told stories, from childhood fables to blockbuster films, of heroes who triumph only after enduring immense pain and sacrifice. The entrepreneur who sleeps under his desk, the artist who starves for her craft, the athlete who pushes their body to the breaking point. These are our saints. Their suffering validates their reward. And so, we have learned to equate effort with agony and progress with pain. We believe in the very marrow of our bones that if it feels easy, it must not be worth much. If it comes to us with grace, we view it with suspicion. We have been conditioned to believe that the universe only respects a good fight. And so, we enter every day with our fists raised, ready to battle for our own well-being. This glorification of struggle has deep roots, woven into the very fabric of our society. It echoes the sermons of a Puritan work ethic, where hard labor was seen as a moral imperative, a way to prove one's worthiness. In the eyes of a stern God, it fueled the engine of the Industrial Revolution, where human beings were taught to operate like machines, suppressing their natural rhythms in favor of the factory whistle and the production line. This mindset built cities and forged nations. It was the narrative of the pioneer, trekking across unforgiving landscapes, believing that the harshness of the journey was what made the destination valuable. It is the mythology of the self-made man who pulls himself up by his own bootstraps, a story that conveniently ignores the grace, the luck, and the support that are always part of any true success. This old programming was perhaps useful for a world of physical conquest and mechanical production, but we are no longer living in that world. Yet, the software of struggle continues to run in our minds. Now, a corrosive and outdated operating system. Today's world, a world of information, of creativity, of connection and energetic resonance, requires a completely different approach. To navigate this new landscape with old tools is to ensure frustration. It is like trying to build a website with a hammer and anvil. The tools no longer match the task, and the effort, no matter how immense, will only lead to exhaustion and collapse. And the cost of this misconception is catastrophic. It is written on our faces, carried in the tension of our shoulders, and echoed in the anxieties that keep us awake in the dead of night. The price of glorifying struggle is the quiet epidemic of burnout, a state of being so common, we have come to accept it as normal. It is more than just feeling tired. It is a deep-seated exhaustion of the soul, a corrosion of the spirit. It's the executive who has the corner office and the luxury car, but feels a profound emptiness, a hollowness that no paycheck can fill. It's the parent who juggles a dozen schedules and responsibilities, running on fumes, with no energy left for genuine connection or simple joy. This constant state of high alert, of pushing against the current, floods our bodies with stress hormones, weakening our immune systems, creating chronic inflammation, and leading to a host of physical ailments. Emotionally, it disconnects us from our own hearts. We become numb, unable to access the full spectrum of our feelings because we are too busy powering through our intuition. That soft, subtle voice of inner wisdom is drowned out by the shouting of our frantic, overthinking minds. We lose our ability to play, to be spontaneous, to marvel at the simple beauty of the world, because we are perpetually braced for the next problem, the next challenge, the next fight. The ultimate tragedy of glorifying struggle is that it disconnects us from the very source of our power, creativity, and joy. The alternative is not passivity. It is a paradigm shift from force to flow. Let's draw a clear distinction. Force-based action is what we have been taught. It is born from the ego, from a place of fear and lack. It feels heavy, like a chore. It is the act of making that cold call because you should, of dragging yourself to the gym out of guilt, of staying late at a job you despise because you fear scarcity. Force is trying to batter down a locked door. You might eventually break it down, but you will be bruised, splintered, and exhausted in the process, and the door will be ruined. Flow-based action, or inspired action, is entirely different. It originates from a place of alignment, of inspiration, and of trust. It feels light, joyful, and effortless. It doesn't drain you. It energizes you. It is the sudden urge to call an old friend, which leads to a new opportunity. It's being so absorbed in a creative project that you lose all track of time. It's finding the perfect solution to a problem while on a relaxed walk in nature. Flow is not battering down the door. It is realizing that you had the key in your pocket all along. It is the universe conspiring with you, presenting you with a current of inspiration and carrying you forward. The work is no longer in the pushing, but in the listening, in the tuning of your own awareness, so you can recognize the current when it appears. Consider the tale of two entrepreneurs. The first, a believer in the gospel of struggle, works 18-hour days. His life is a blur of spreadsheets, caffeine, and relentless pressure. He grinds away, forcing his will upon the market, pushing his team to the brink. His company grows, but slowly, painfully, and his health deteriorates. His relationships wither. He is constantly fighting, constantly stressed, a soldier in a war of his own making. The second entrepreneur operates from a different philosophy. She works with focused intensity, but also prioritizes rest, inspiration, and joy. She listens to her intuition. One day, Instead of forcing another sales pitch, she feels a pull to visit an art gallery. There, she strikes up a conversation with a stranger, a conversation that feels easy and natural. That stranger turns out to be a key investor who loves her vision, not because of a forceful pitch, but because of the authentic, joyful energy she exudes. Her breakthrough comes not from more effort, but from a moment of aligned, effortless, inspired action. Her story is not one of struggle, but of synchronicity. This is the essential truth we must grasp. To begin this journey, struggle is not a virtue. It is not a prerequisite for worthiness. It is a symptom. It is a loud, clear signal that you are out of alignment with the natural flow of well-being, that you are fighting a current that is trying to take you exactly where you want to go. So, if this exhausting struggle is not the noble engine of success, then what is this friction we feel so acutely? What is this invisible current we are fighting against? To answer that, we must turn our attention away from the external world and look within to identify the true, unseen enemy. It is a force more subtle and more pervasive than any external obstacle. It is called resistance. We stand now at a crucial turning point. We have dared to question the sanctity of struggle, and in doing so, we have peeled back the first layer of a profound illusion. We see that the exhaustion, the friction, the feeling of fighting an uphill battle is not a sign of our virtue, but a symptom of a deeper discord. This brings us face to face with the real adversary, the unseen enemy. This enemy is not a person, a circumstance, or a cruel twist of fate. It is an internal force, a shadow that lives within us all, a ghost in our own machine. It is the silent and powerful agent of self-sabotage. Its name is resistance. Resistance is the invisible anchor we drag behind us every time we try to sail toward a new horizon. It is the quiet, internal civil war that rages whenever we dare to dream of a better self or a better life. It is the force that rises up from within to oppose our own growth, our own healing, and our own happiness. It is subtle, it is cunning, and it is the single greatest obstacle to living on the path of least effort. To understand it, to see it clearly for what it is to take the first and most critical step toward dissolving its power. So, what is this force? Truly, at its core, resistance is the energetic and psychological friction generated when we attempt to move from a lower order state to a higher order state. Think of it as a kind of spiritual inertia. An object at rest wants to stay at rest, and the part of us that is comfortable, familiar, and safe, even if it is unhappily so, will fight desperately to maintain the status quo. When you declare a desire, When you say yes to a new possibility, resistance is the automatic, primal no that rises from the depths to meet it. It is the foot that mysteriously slams on the brake pedal at the exact moment you put your other foot on the gas. It's the energy that says, stay small, stay safe, don't change. It is the very essence of self-sabotage, and it is a universal human experience. It is not a personal flaw or a sign of weakness. The most successful, creative, and enlightened people on the planet feel the pull of resistance. The only difference is they have learned to recognize it, to anticipate it, and to act in spite of it. They do not grant it the power to make their decisions. They see it not as a stop sign, but as a compass, pointing directly toward the endeavor their soul most needs to undertake. Resistance is a master of disguise, a shapeshifter that assumes many different forms to keep you from your true work. One of its most common and effective costumes is procrastination. It is the seductive whisper of, "I'll do it tomorrow." It's the sudden, overwhelming urge to organize your sock drawer when you've scheduled time to write your business plan. It's the promise that you'll be more inspired, more ready, more prepared at some future, undefined moment. Procrastination is not laziness. It is fear masquerading as strategic delay. It is resistance, creating a buffer of time between you and the action you are most afraid to take. Another of its favorite masks is that of the inner critic, the relentless, nagging voice of self-doubt. Does this voice sound familiar? Who do you think you are to try that? You're not smart enough, talented enough, or worthy enough. Everyone else is better at this than you are. You're just going to fail and embarrass yourself. So why even bother? This voice presents itself as the voice of reason, of realistic thinking, but it is resistance in its most poisonous form. It attacks your worthiness at its core, hoping to paralyze you before you even take the first step. Then there is the raw, visceral disguise of fear itself. Resistance will conjure terrifying scenarios. The fear of failure is its classic tool, painting vivid pictures of ruin and humiliation. But just as potent is the fear of success. What if you actually achieve your dream? Then you'll have to maintain it. People will have expectations. You'll be visible, exposed. And what if you can't handle the pressure? This fear of our own light can be even more paralyzing than the fear of our own darkness. And of course, there is the fear of judgment, the deep, tribal fear of what they will think, which is often enough to keep our most brilliant and authentic ideas locked away in a secret cellar of the mind. Resistance also loves to dress up in the respectable clothes of rationalization and excuses. It sounds so logical, so responsible. I can't start my new wellness journey right now. Work is just too crazy. I need to take 3 more online courses before I'm qualified to launch my own service. The economy is just too uncertain to make a big move. These statements appear to be sound judgment, but they are invariably lies woven by resistance to maintain the safety of the familiar. It will use logic as a weapon against your own heart's calling, and perhaps its most modern and insidious disguise is distraction. Just as you sit down to meditate, to create, to do the deep work, resistance will generate a powerful urge to check your email, to scroll through social media, to turn on the news, to do anything other than the one thing that will move your life forward. It knows that a distracted mind cannot create, it cannot connect, it cannot hear the subtle whispers of inspiration. It will happily trade your magnificent destiny for a few hours of mindless scrolling. Perfectionism, too, is one of its cleverest traps. The idea that your work must be flawless before it can see the light of day. This guarantees that most projects will never be finished, because perfection is an impossible standard. It is the highest form of self-sabotage, masquerading as a commitment to high standards. To overcome this force, we must understand its origins with compassion. Resistance is not purely malicious. It is, in its essence, a misguided protective mechanism. It is the voice of your ego, the part of your identity that is terrified of annihilation. To the ego, changing who you are is a form of death, starting a new venture, falling in love, embarking on a spiritual path. All of these things require you to become a new version of yourself. And the old version, the one the ego knows and controls, fights for its very survival. It is rooted in our primal biology, the part of our brain that is wired to see anything unfamiliar as a potential threat. It prefers the misery it knows to the joy it does not. It is also built from the bricks of our past, from every limiting belief we absorbed in childhood, from every past failure that our mind replays on a loop. It is trying to protect you from getting hurt again, but it does so by locking you in a prison of your own past. A powerful way to visualize this dynamic is to think of your desire as a clear radio broadcast. Imagine there is a radio station broadcasting from the heart of the universe, playing the perfect music of the life you dream of. It is always broadcasting 24. It is a signal of pure love, abundance, and well-being. Resistance is the static. It is the crackling, hissing, and interference that makes it impossible to hear the music clearly. When you are deep in resistance, the static is so loud you might not even believe the radio station exists. The path of struggle is to try and yell over the static, to try and force the music to be louder. The path of least effort is to realize that the broadcast is already at full power. Your work is not to change the broadcast, but to calmly and deliberately turn the tuning dial on your own receiver, reducing the internal static of your own resistance. The writer Stephen Pressfield, in his masterpiece Audiobook, The War of Art, gave this force its name and exposed its tactics with brilliant clarity. He taught that resistance is the dragon that guards the gold. The presence of resistance does not mean you should turn back. It means you are pointed directly at the treasure. So, we have now met our inner adversary. We have seen its many masks and understood its frightened, protective motivations. We have learned to see it not as a war, but as a signpost. The question that naturally follows is crucial as we learn to tune our own internal radio. What is the nature of the signal we are trying to tune into? What is the nature of the universe that is broadcasting the signal? Is it a cold, empty void where we are lucky to catch even a faint whisper of music through the static? Or is it a universe of infinite, benevolent power, a cosmic orchestra that is desperately hoping we will simply turn the dial and listen? Having named the inner adversary of resistance, we now arrive at a question that determines the entire landscape of our lives. What is the nature of the reality in which we operate when we send out a desire? What kind of universe receives the signal for centuries? We have been implicitly taught a grim and discouraging answer. We have been raised to believe we live in a universe that is, at best, indifferent, and at worst, hostile and scarce. It's a reality of limited resources, of fierce competition, a cosmic coliseum where only the strongest and most cunning survive. This worldview, this deep-seated belief in not enough, is the very soil in which resistance grows. It is the fuel for our anxiety, the justification for our struggle, and the reason we feel we must fight for every scrap of happiness. But what if that entire map of reality is wrong? What if the universe is not a cold, empty void, but a living, breathing, conscious field of infinite potential? What if its fundamental nature is not scarcity, but overwhelming, incomprehensible abundance? This is the most crucial paradigm shift on the path of least effort, the deliberate choice to adopt the worldview that the universe is fundamentally benevolent, and that its primary impulse is to expand, to create, and to give. Let us first take a moment to honor how deeply the scarcity mindset is programmed into us. It is, in many ways, an evolutionary hangover for our ancient ancestors. Survival absolutely depended on a keen awareness of limited resources. There was a finite amount of food, a limited number of safe shelters, and constant threats. The brain that was wired to see lack and danger was the brain that survived. This hardware, though now outdated, still runs in the background of our modern minds. We see it reflected and amplified in our economic systems. which are built on the principles of supply and demand, inherently suggesting that value is tied to rarity. We are taught from our earliest school days to compete for a limited number of top grades, for a finite number of spots on the team, for entry into the best colleges. We then carry this into adulthood, competing for jobs, for promotions, for partners, for parking spots. We live our lives as if we are all participants in a giant game of musical chairs, terrified that when the music stops, we will be the one left standing without a seat. We see life as a pie with a fixed number of slices. If someone else gets a big slice, that must mean there is less for us. This belief system, this zero-sum game, forces us into a state of perpetual comparison, jealousy, and fear. It is the engine of struggle, because if reality is a battle for limited goods, then, of course, we must fight. But now, I invite you to gently set that programming aside and to look at the world with new eyes, to search for evidence of the universe's true nature. Look up at the night sky, away from the city lights. You are not seeing a few dozen or even a few hundred stars. You are witnessing billions of suns in our galaxy alone, which is just one of an estimated 2 trillion galaxies. The sheer scale of it is an immediate and profound testament to lavishness, not scarcity. Hold a handful of sand at the beach. You cannot count the grains, yet they are but an infinitesimal fraction of the sands on that one beach. On all the beaches, on the ocean floors across the planet, consider a single oak tree. Over its lifetime, it will produce millions of acorns, an act of almost comical over-provision, any one of which has the potential to become another magnificent tree. Nature does not operate with an eye toward just enough. Nature's way is the way of glorious, magnificent, and unapologetic excess. Life bursts forth in every conceivable crack and crevice. The rainforest is a symphony of abundance, with life growing on top of life in a cascade of creative expression. The universe is not hoarding its resources. It is flinging them across space-time with joyful abandon. This same principle applies to the non-physical world. There is no scarcity of ideas. The creation of a new, brilliant piece of music does not use up the world's supply of melody. The spark of a revolutionary invention does not diminish the well of human ingenuity. Love is not a finite resource. The love you feel for one person does not subtract from the love you can feel for another. In fact, it often multiplies it. The realms of creativity, love, and intelligence are infinitely expansive. The raw material of reality is not in short supply. This leads us to a new understanding of the universe's role. It is not an external judge deciding who is worthy and who is not. It is better understood as a vast, powerful and perfectly neutral mirror. It does not have an opinion about you or your dreams. Its only function is to reflect back to you with stunning accuracy the energy and the beliefs that you hold as your dominant truth. If you constantly broadcast the frequency of scarcity, fear, and struggle, the universal mirror has no choice but to arrange circumstances and events that reflect that reality back to you. You will find evidence of lack everywhere you look, because that is what you are looking for. You are proving your own grim hypothesis correct. However, if you can begin, even in a small way, to broadcast the frequency of abundance, trust, and ease, the mirror must, by its very nature, begin to reflect a different reality. This is the foundation of a concept known as pronoia. It is the radical and life-altering belief that the universe is conspiring in your favor. It is the assumption that behind every event, every circumstance, there is a benevolent intelligence guiding you toward your highest good. It is a shift from seeing the world as a conspiracy against you to seeing it as a conspiracy for you. Adopting this stance changes everything. A missed opportunity is no longer a failure, but a redirection towards something better. A challenge is not a punishment, but a lesson designed to make you stronger. You begin to see the hidden helping hand in all things. There is a simple and ancient parable that illustrates this perfectly. Two farmers are given identical plots of land. The first farmer is a man of scarcity. He looks at the sky and worries there will be a drought. He looks at the soil and fears it is not fertile enough. He sees a cloud and is certain it holds a destructive hailstorm. He plants his seeds with a heart full of anxiety, constantly fearing pests and disease. His energy is one of constriction and fear, and his harvest is meager, seemingly confirming his every worry. The second farmer is a man of abundance. He looks at the sky and feels gratitude for the sun and the potential for rain. He trusts the richness of the soil. He plants his seeds with a heart full of hope and faith, visualizing a bountiful crop. His energy is one of expansion and trust. He tends his field with joy, and the universe mirrors his faith with a rich and plentiful harvest. The land was the same. The only variable was the consciousness of the farmer. This is the core message you will hear in the audiobooks of great spiritual teachers like Abraham Hicks. They speak of a constant stream of well-being, a river of love and abundance that is always flowing. We are not meant to struggle to find it. Our only work is to stop paddling against it. So, if it is true that we live in a fundamentally benevolent and abundant universe, a universe that is actively conspiring for our success, then the entire paradigm of struggle becomes obsolete. It is like fighting the air you breathe. It is a pointless an exhausting exercise. Our task is not to force the universe to give us what we want, but to align ourselves with the good that is already trying to reach us. Our work is to dismantle our own internal dams of resistance so that the ever-flowing river of well-being can finally pour into our lives. We must shift from the consciousness of the fearful farmer to the consciousness of the faithful one. The universe is not withholding anything from you. It is offering everything to you. The question is, are you ready to receive it? If we accept this premise, that we are floating in a cosmic ocean of goodwill, the next logical step is to learn how to swim in it. How do we stop flailing and fighting the waves, and instead learn to be carried by its powerful, loving currents? This brings us to a beautiful and ancient metaphor that will serve as our guide, the metaphor of the river. Having accepted the radical premise that the universe is not a battlefield to be conquered, but an abundant, benevolent force, we need a new way to interact with it. The old tools of struggle, force, and control are useless in a universe of goodwill. To guide us, we can turn to a metaphor so simple and so profound that it has been used by sages and mystics for millennia. It is the metaphor of the river. Imagine that your life and the great unfolding of all of life is a powerful, magnificent river. This river has a source and it has an ultimate destination. Its source is the creative energy of the universe itself, and its destination is always the vast, open ocean of well-being, expansion, joy, and the fulfillment of all that you desire. The river's current is the stream of well-being we spoke of, the natural, loving, forward momentum of life itself. The current is always flowing, without exception, towards this beautiful destination. You are in a boat on this river, and every single moment of every single day, you have a simple choice. You can either fight the current, trying to paddle your boat upstream, or you can turn your boat around, put down your oars, and allow the current to carry you. This choice, more than any other, determines whether your life is one of struggle or one of grace. For most of our lives, without even realizing it, we have been paddling upstream. This is the state of resistance. What does it feel like? It feels like tension in your jaw and your shoulders. It feels like a frantic, chattering mind that never shuts off, constantly trying to figure things out, to manage outcomes, to control people and circumstances. It is the feeling of immense effort that yields very little result. Paddling upstream is obsessing over a problem, running it over and over in your mind, convinced that if you just worry about it hard enough, you will find a solution. It is trying to force a relationship to work when all signs point to its completion, believing your effort can override a fundamental incompatibility. It is staying in a soul-crushing job because the perceived security feels safer than the unknown. It is the constant, nagging question of how and when. How will my desire come to me? When will I finally get what I want? This desperate need to know the entire path before you take the first step is a primary form of paddling upstream. You are telling the river that you don't trust its course, that you believe your own limited, frantic paddling is more intelligent than the river's ancient, powerful flow toward the ocean. This state of being is utterly exhausting. It is a war against the entire momentum of the universe, and it is a war you can never, ever win. You may make some small, temporary progress, your muscles training, your heart pounding, but the moment you cease your frantic efforts, the current will simply push you right back to where you started. Now, picture what happens in the moment you decide to stop. This is the great spiritual art of surrender. This is the moment you let go of the oars. Imagine the feeling. The first thing that happens is a profound sense of relief. The straining in your muscles ceases. The fight is over. Your boat, which was once pointed defiantly upstream, slowly, naturally, turns itself around to face downstream. This act of letting go of the oars is one of the most powerful and courageous things you can ever do. It is an act of supreme trust. It is a declaration to the universe that says, I accept that there is a power greater than my own personal effort. I trust that the direction of this river leads to my good. I am willing to let go of my need to control the journey and instead allow myself to be carried. Surrender does not mean giving up on your dreams. It means giving up the struggle for your dreams. It is the realization that your frantic paddling was not bringing you closer to the ocean, but was in fact delaying your arrival. The river was always going to the ocean. Your only job was to get in your boat, point it in the right direction, and allow the journey to unfold. This state of allowing is the essence of the path of least effort. It is a state of active faith, a serene confidence that you are being guided, supported, and transported. This does not mean, however, that you become a helpless passenger, a piece of driftwood tossed about by the currents. This is a common misunderstanding. Flowing with the river does not mean abdicating all responsibility. You still have a vital role to play, but your role shifts from being the engine to being the navigator. You still have a rudder on your boat. Your job is no longer to create the forward momentum. The river does that for you. Your job is to gently steer. And what is the rudder? The rudder is your focus, your intuition, your response to inspiration. As you float downstream, you might see some rapids ahead. Frantic paddling would be to try and fight them. Gentle steering is to feel the subtle pull of a calmer channel to the left or the right, and to gently guide your boat in that direction. You might feel a sudden, quiet inspiration to pull over to the riverbank for a while and rest in a beautiful, calm pool. That is gentle steering. You might see another boat floating by and feel an intuitive nudge to say hello. That is gentle steering. Compare the effort of a small, gentle touch on the rudder to the violent, exhausting work of paddling against the entire force of the river. One is an act of aligned, graceful collaboration. The other is an act of ego-driven war. The path of least effort is to use the rudder of your attention and intuition to make small, easy adjustments as you are carried along by the immense power of the flow. This entire philosophy is beautifully encapsulated in the ancient Taoist concept of Wu Wei. The term is often translated as non-doing or non-action, but this can be misleading. A more accurate and useful translation is effortless action or action that does not involve struggle. It is the art of getting out of your own way and acting in harmony with the natural unfolding of things. The master of Wu Wei is like a martial artist who doesn't use brute force to overcome an opponent. Instead, they use their opponent's own momentum, their own energy, to effortlessly achieve their goal. They yield, they flow, they adapt, and in doing so, they display a power far greater than that of raw, aggressive force. They are not fighting the energy coming at them. They are dancing with it. This is precisely how we are meant to interact with the river of life. We are meant to dance with the current, not fight it. This profound wisdom, which can seem so esoteric, has been made wonderfully accessible through the recorded lectures and audiobooks of philosophers like the great Alan Watts. He was a master at translating these deep Eastern concepts for the Western mind, using wit and clarity to show us that the most powerful way to live is to align with the way of nature. The Tao, the river. So, when you feel tension, anxiety, and frustration, recognize it for what it is. It is the feeling of paddling upstream. It is your soul's feedback system telling you that you are fighting the flow. The solution is not to paddle harder. The solution is always to stop, to breathe, to let go of the oars, and to allow your boat to turn around. Trust the river. It knows the way. It has always known the way. This metaphor gives us a beautiful framework for understanding our relationship with the universe. But it also raises a practical question. If we are to use our internal state as a navigation system, gently steering our boat, how do we know which way to steer? How do we read the subtle signals that tell us if we are in the main current or stuck in a stagnant eddy to flow with this magnificent river? We need a more precise compass. This compass is not external. It is built into the very fabric of our being. It operates on a universal principle, the law that governs all energy. It operates on the principle of vibration as we stand at the bank of this magnificent river of life, having made the profound choice to flow with its current. We require a reliable way to navigate. We need a compass, an internal guidance system that tells us in every moment whether we are aligned with the powerful, benevolent flow, or if we have inadvertently gotten stuck in a stagnant, resistant eddy. This compass is not a mechanical device, nor is it a mystical secret held by a select few. It is built into the very fabric of your being, and it operates on the most fundamental principle of our universe. This is the principle of vibration. To truly grasp the path of least effort, we must move beyond metaphor and into the energetic reality of our world. The great secret is this: nothing is solid beneath the surface of the seemingly solid, separate objects of our world. The chair you are sitting on, the body you inhabit, the earth beneath your feet, lies a truth that mystics have known for eons, and that quantum physics is now beginning to confirm. Everything, at its most basic level, is energy, and this energy is in a constant state of motion, a constant state of vibration. This may sound abstract, but you have witnessed this principle your entire life. Think of the blade of a large industrial fan. When it is still, it is a solid, distinct object. You can see its shape, its color, its edge. But when you turn the fan on and the blade begins to vibrate at a high speed, it seemingly disappears. It becomes a transparent, shimmering blur. The blade has not ceased to exist. Its frequency of vibration has simply increased to a point where our eyes can no longer perceive it as a solid object. Consider a motion picture what you experience as a fluid, moving story is, in reality, a series of thousands of individual static photographs projected so quickly that their vibration creates the illusion of continuous motion. The universe operates on this same principle. Everything you perceive as solid is simply energy vibrating at a particular, relatively slow frequency. The difference between a rock, a glass of water, and the air you breathe is not a difference in substance, but a difference in vibration. This is the landscape we live in, a symphonic, vibrational reality, and the most important instrument in this orchestra is you, because this universal law does not stop at the edges of your skin. You are a vibrational being, living in a vibrational universe, and the frequencies you emit are determined by the one thing: you have some measure of control over the quality of your own consciousness. Your thoughts are not just silent, private events that occur inside your skull. Every thought is an energetic impulse, a spark of vibration and even more powerfully. Your emotions are vast, radiating fields of energy. Each emotion you experience has a distinct vibrational signature, a specific frequency that you are broadcasting out into the universal field in every moment. Think of the feeling of fear, or shame, or despair. The vibration of these emotions is slow, heavy, dense, and chaotic. When you are in these states, you feel physically contracted. Your breathing becomes shallow. Your energy plummets. It feels bad because you are in a state of low, discordant vibration. Now, contrast that with the feeling of pure joy, or deep gratitude, or unconditional love. The frequency of these emotions is fast, light, coherent, and expansive. When you are feeling love, your chest opens up. You feel light on your feet. Your energy seems boundless. It feels good because you are in a state of high, harmonious vibration. This isn't just poetry. It is the physics of the soul. You are broadcasting tower, and your emotions are the signal you are constantly sending out. This is where the popular concept of the law of attraction is often misunderstood. It is not a cosmic vending machine where you place an order with your thoughts and wait for delivery. It is the law of vibration in action, and its principle is simple, like attracts like, or more accurately, resonance attracts resonance. You do not attract what you want. You do not even attract what you think about the most. You attract that which you are in vibrational harmony with. You attract the energetic equivalent of your dominant emotional state. Imagine you have two tuning forks, both tuned to the key of C. If you strike one and cause it to vibrate, and then bring the second tuning fork near it, something magical happens. The second fork will begin to vibrate on its own, humming with the same frequency. It is responding to the resonance. It has no choice. It is a law of physics. Now, imagine your emotional state is the first tuning fork. If you are consistently vibrating at the frequency of frustration and lack, you are sending that signal out into the universe. The universe, like the second tuning fork, has no choice but to bring you circumstances, people, and experiences that resonate with the frequency of frustration and lack. If, however, your dominant vibration is one of joy, appreciation, and trust, the universe must, by law, bring you experiences that are a perfect vibrational match to joy, appreciation, and trust. This is why struggle is so counterproductive. Struggling for something you want is, by definition, vibrating at the frequency of not having it, which only attracts more of the experience of not having it. This understanding gives us our inner compass. The way you feel is everything. Your emotions are your moment-to-moment vibrational indicators, telling you what frequency you are broadcasting. This is what spiritual teachers, whose wisdom you can find in countless transformative audiobooks, often refer to as the emotional guidance scale. Imagine a ladder. At the very bottom are the lowest frequencies: fear, grief, despair, powerlessness. At the very top are the highest joy, love, empowerment, appreciation, freedom. All other emotions fall somewhere in between. Your work is not to try and make an impossible leap from despair to joy in a single afternoon. That is too great of a vibrational jump, like trying to get a radio station from the other side of the country when your antenna is broken. Your work, as taught by guides like Abraham Hicks in the audiobook Ask and It Is Given, is simply to reach for the next rung up the ladder. If you are feeling despair, a thought of anger is actually a step up. Anger has more energy, more power than despair. If you are feeling anger, a thought of blame might be a step up. If you are feeling blame, a thought of frustration is a step up from frustration. You might be able to find pessimism from pessimism, maybe a flicker of hope, and from hope, you can reach for belief. You gently, patiently climb the vibrational ladder by deliberately choosing a thought that feels even slightly better than the one you currently have. This is the real work. It is not about manipulating the outside world. It is about becoming a conscious steward of your own inner vibrational state. When you are in the river of life, feeling good is the sign that you are pointed downstream, flowing with the current. Feeling bad is the sign that you have turned your boat and are beginning to paddle upstream against the flow. Your feelings are your unerring guide. They are the language the universe uses to communicate with you. Your only job is to learn to listen, to honor this guidance system, and to choose thoughts and feelings that keep you in that sweet spot of high vibration, that state of flow. The universe is not a random collection of events. It is a magnificent, responsive, vibrational masterpiece, and you are holding the conductor's baton. Understanding this law, the science of vibration, is the key that unlocks the door. Learning to consciously and deliberately apply it to become the master of your own frequency is how you walk through that door into a new reality. It is where the real magic begins. We have arrived at the most practical and powerful part of our journey. So far, we have accepted that we live in a vibrational universe, and we now understand that our emotional state is the compass that indicates our frequency, our point of attraction. This knowledge is transformative, but knowledge alone is not enough. It is like owning a map, but not knowing how to read it. The crucial next step is to learn how to actively use this compass, not just to see where we are, but to deliberately choose where we are going. This is the art of deliberate feeling. It is the skill of becoming the conscious, intentional creator of your own emotional state. This is not about suppressing or denying your negative emotions. You cannot put a happy face sticker on despair and expect it to work. Negative emotion is valuable feedback. It is a loving alarm bell from your soul telling you that your focus is on something that is lowering your vibration. The art is to thank the alarm for its information, and then to gently and deliberately reach for a thought, a focus, or an activity that feels better. This is the process of tuning your own frequency. And there are simple, powerful techniques you can use every single day to become the master of your own vibration. One of the most immediate and effective tools is a simple mental exercise called the pivot. It is a technique for consciously redirecting your train of thought away from what you do not want and toward what you do want. It begins with a moment of non-judgmental awareness, the moment you feel that familiar pang of a negative emotion, anxiety, frustration, disappointment. The first step is simply to notice it. Acknowledge it without piling on guilt. Say to yourself, okay, I am feeling anxious right now. This is just an indicator that my focus is pointed towards something I don't want. The second step is to clarify what that is. Ask yourself, what am I thinking about that is causing this feeling? What is it that I do not want? Perhaps the answer is, I don't want to be struggling with money. I don't want to see these bills piling up. Now comes the crucial third step, the pivot itself. You ask the most important question, so, what do I want? This single question forces your mind to change direction. It must let go of the problem to search for the solution. The answer might be, I want to feel a sense of financial ease. I want to feel relief. I want to feel secure and prosperous. I want to have more than enough money to meet my needs and desires with joy. Can you feel the subtle shift in energy? Just by asking that question, you have pivoted from the vibration of lack to the vibration of desire. You might not instantly feel prosperous, but you have at least taken your foot off the brake of negative momentum. Practice this relentlessly. If you are lonely and focused on the absence of a partner, pivot to the feeling you want: connection, laughter, companionship. If you are frustrated with your health, pivot from focusing on the symptom to focusing on the feeling of vitality, energy, and well-being. The pivot is your emergency brake for negative thought spirals and your steering wheel to a better feeling reality. A second, profoundly powerful technique for rapidly raising your frequency is to engage in what some call a rampage of appreciation. This is not a passive, gentle gratitude. It is an active, energetic, and deliberate process of finding things to appreciate and building a powerful momentum of positive emotion. It works because it is vibrationally impossible to feel sincere, deep appreciation, and to feel fear or despair at the same time. The frequency of appreciation will always override the lower frequencies. You can do this at any moment, anywhere. Start small. Look around you right now and find one simple thing you can genuinely appreciate. It could be the comfort of your chair. It could be the taste of your morning coffee. It could be the simple fact that you are breathing without effort. Now, don't stop there. The key is momentum. Latch onto that good feeling and look for the next thing. You can do this out loud, or you can write it in a journal. It might sound like this: I really love the warmth of this coffee mug in my hands, and I'm so grateful for this coffee. It tastes so good this morning, and I appreciate the quiet in the house right now. It feels so peaceful. And look at the way the sunlight is coming through that window. It's so beautiful. I love this window, and I am so grateful for this home that protects me and for the comfortable bed I slept in last night. You keep going, one thought after another, letting the feeling of appreciation build like a wave. Within a few minutes of this dedicated focus, you will feel a palpable shift in your body and your mood. You have literally forced your brain to scan the environment for positives, and in doing so, you have deliberately and powerfully tuned your own frequency to a higher, more receptive state. Sometimes, however, you might be in such a low vibrational place that trying to think your way out of it feels impossible. Your mind is stuck in a loop, and positive thoughts feel fake and out of reach. In these moments, it is often easier to change your frequency by changing your physical state. Your body and your emotions are an inseparable feedback loop, and you can use your body to lead your mind. One of the fastest ways to do this is with music. Sound is vibration. Music is emotionally charged vibration. Create a playlist on your phone specifically for the purpose of raising your frequency. Fill it with songs that make you feel joyful, powerful, confident, or deeply peaceful. When you are feeling low, don't argue with your thoughts. Just put on your headphones and let the music wash over you. A single 3-minute song can completely alter your biochemistry and lift you out of a negative spiral. Another powerful physical tool is movement. Stagnant énergie. The energy of worry and fear gets trapped in the body. The best way to release it is to move. This doesn't have to mean a punishing workout. It could be a simple walk in nature, focusing on the sights and sounds around you. It could be 5 minutes of dancing in your living room like nobody's watching. It could even be something as simple as standing up and shaking your body vigorously for 60 seconds. Literally shaking off the negative energy. This movement releases endorphins and other feel-good chemicals that instantly elevate your mood and your vibration. You can also use your posture. When you feel defeated, you tend to slump, your shoulders round, your head drops. This posture sends a signal to your brain that reinforces the feeling of powerlessness. You can interrupt this loop by deliberately changing your physiology. Stand up tall, pull your shoulders back and down, lift your chin, put a slight smile on your face. Even if it feels forced at first, hold this power pose for 2 minutes. Amy Cuddy's research, which you can listen to in her captivating talks and audiobooks, shows that this simple change in posture can decrease the stress hormone, cortisol, and increase feelings of confidence. You are using your body to tell your mind how to feel. These tools, the pivot, the rampage of appreciation, and the use of music and movement are your personal frequency tuning kit. They are not meant to be quick fixes for a life of misery, but daily practices like tuning a musical instrument before a performance. The more you practice, the more sensitive you become to your own vibration, and the quicker you can recalibrate when you feel yourself slipping into a lower frequency. Countless audiobooks on meditation and personal growth offer guided versions of these practices, allowing you to be led through a rampage of appreciation or a visualization exercise while you walk, drive, or simply rest. You are learning the art of deliberate feeling. You are taking back your power from external circumstances and placing it firmly where it belongs within your own conscious choice. Now that you have these powerful tools to actively raise your vibration, to tune your instrument, a new question arises. How do you hold this high frequency? How do you keep from immediately undoing your good work with the old habits of worry, doubt, and trying to control the outcome, moving from the active work of tuning your frequency to the receptive state of maintaining it requires a new skill. It requires mastering the gentle, profound art of allowing. We have now arrived at a delicate and often misunderstood stage of this creative process. You have learned how to use your inner compass, your emotions, to deliberately tune your vibrational frequency to a higher, more joyful state. You have your toolkit, the pivot, the rampage of appreciation, the power of music and movement. You have become the skilled musician, capable of playing a beautiful, harmonious note. So what do you do now? The answer is one of the most counterintuitive and liberating truths on the path of least effort. You do less. You learn to get out of the way. You master the gentle, graceful, and profoundly powerful art of allowing. If tuning your frequency is the active, masculine phase of creation, the focused intention, the planting of the seed, then allowing is the receptive, feminine phase. It is the patient, trusting, and nurturing stillness that allows the seed to germinate in the fertile soil of the universe. It is the moment you have aimed your boat downstream, and you now have the wisdom and the courage to finally, truly Let go of the oars. To understand allowing, we must first clarify the elegant mechanics of creation. The process is a simple three-step dance between you and the universe. Step 1 is your work to ask, and you are already an expert at this. You don't need to learn how. You ask constantly, automatically, all day long. Every time you experience something you do not like, you automatically launch a desire for its opposite. When your body feels stiff, you launch a desire for flexibility and ease. When someone is unkind, you launch a desire for kindness and harmony. When you see a bill you cannot pay, you launch a roaring rocket of desire for abundance and financial freedom. Your life and its contrasts are a perfect mechanism for clarifying your desires. This asking part is effortless. You cannot stop doing it. Step 2 is not your work. It is the work of the universe, of source energy, of that benevolent intelligence we spoke of, and its job is to answer. The universe's response is not slow, or reluctant, or conditional. It is immediate and absolute. The very instant your desire is launched, the vibrational equivalent of that reality is created. It is done. It exists. A version of you who is healthy. A version of you in a loving relationship. A version of you who is financially free. These realities are created in the non-physical realm the moment you ask. There is no delay. There is no question of worthiness. The universe always says yes. This brings us to the third and most crucial step. The step where the entire process so often breaks down. Step 3 is also your work. Your job is to get into a vibrational state that allows you to receive what you have asked for and what has already been given. Your job is to allow. Allowing is simply the absence of resistance. It is the process of clearing the static from your own radio receiver so the broadcast, which is already playing, can come through clearly. We are brilliant askers, and the universe is a brilliant answerer. The only blockage ever is in our own reception. We ask for wealth. The universe provides it, and then we proceed to block the delivery with thoughts of doubt, worry, and a constant focus on our current lack of wealth. We ask for love. The universe creates it, and then we hold it at bay with our feelings of unworthiness and our fear of getting hurt. The art of allowing is the art of finally stopping this pattern of self-sabotage. So, why is it so hard for us to simply allow? Why do we insist on blocking our own good? The resistance to allowing wears several familiar disguises. The most common is impatience. We want it, and we want it now. We plant our seed of desire, and then every morning we dig it up to see if it has sprouted yet. This frantic, needy energy screams of disbelief. It is a vibration that says, I don't really trust that this is working, so I need to see physical proof immediately. This vibration of distrust is a perfect block to receiving. Another powerful form of resistance is simply doubt. We question the process. We question ourselves. Is this spiritual stuff even real? Am I worthy of such a wonderful thing? Things like this don't happen for people like me. Every one of these thoughts is a blast of static, a contradictory vibration that cancels out the clarity of your desire. You are trying to tune to two different radio stations at once, and the result is noise. Perhaps the most subtle and controlling form of resistance is our obsession with the how. We launch a desire for more income, and then we immediately begin to micromanage the universe. We decide it has to come through a raise at our current job. We fret and worry when our boss doesn't seem to be noticing our hard work. We completely close ourselves off to the million other pathways the universe might have lined up for us. Maybe the income was meant to come through a brilliant new idea, a chance meeting with a future business partner, or an unexpected inheritance. When you obsess over how it must happen, you put yourself in a tiny, narrow hallway of possibility when the universe wants to deliver your good in a vast, open field of infinite pathways. And finally, the most common and persistent way we block our good is by continuously noticing its absence. We say we want to be healthy, but we spend our day cataloging our every ache and pain. We say we want financial abundance, but we spend hours worrying about our debts and feeling the pain of our empty bank account. We say we want a loving relationship, but we focus on our loneliness and the emptiness of the other side of the bed. Remember the law of vibration. You get what you are in vibrational harmony with. When you consistently focus on the lack of something, you are vibrating in harmony with lack. You are telling the universe more of this feeling of not having it. Please, to allow, you must find a way to take your attention off the problem, of the absence, and place it on things that feel better. So, what does the practice of allowing actually look like? It is a practice of peace. The ultimate state of allowing is found in meditation. True meditation is the act of quieting the mind, of letting go of resistant thought, and of focusing on the breath or a mantra until you find a place of inner stillness. In that stillness, there is no resistance. In that stillness, you are a pure, open receiver. Even 15 minutes a day of quieting your mind can dramatically lower your resistance and allow well-being to flow in. But allowing isn't just about sitting on a cushion. It is about seeking good feelings in general. The state of allowing is a state of joy, of appreciation, of simple contentment. So, your primary work becomes finding ways to feel good. Go for a walk in nature. Put on your favorite album. Play with your dog. Call a friend who makes you laugh. Get completely absorbed in a hobby you love. A state of flow where you lose all track of time. When you are in these states of general happiness, you are not thinking resistant thoughts about your specific desires. You are an open channel. You have gotten out of your own way, and the good you have asked for can finally find its way to you. Think of it this way. You go to a fine restaurant and you place your order with the waiter. You have asked. The waiter takes your order to the kitchen. The chef begins to prepare your meal. The answer is in motion. Now, what is your job? Is it to run into the kitchen and tell the chef how to cook? Is it to tap your watch every 30 seconds, demanding to know where your food is? Of course not. Your job is to relax, to trust the process, to enjoy the ambience, the conversation, the music. Your job is to get into a state of happy, peaceful expectation. This is the art of allowing. It is an active trust that the cosmic chef is at work on your behalf, preparing a masterpiece for you. Your only job is to enjoy the music until it arrives. But this raises a very human question. How can we care enough about a dream to launch it with passion, yet not care so much that our clinging, desperate attachment to it blocks its very arrival? This brings us to a subtle but critical spiritual tightrope. We must walk the paradox of detachment. We have now arrived at one of the most subtle, most misunderstood, and most powerful secrets of effortless creation. It is a paradox that can feel like walking a spiritual tightrope. We have learned to tune our frequency, to feel good, and to enter the state of allowing. But as we float in this river of life, a very human question surface. How can I passionately desire a dream, yet be okay if it never happens? How can I care so deeply about a goal, yet release my attachment to it? This is the paradox of detachment, and mastering its delicate balance is the key that unlocks a new dimension of ease and magic. To the logical mind, it sounds like a contradiction. To the soul, it is the definition of freedom. Detachment is not about indifference. It is not about becoming a cold, passionless, stoic. True spiritual detachment is the ultimate expression of faith. It is the highest form of trust, a serene and unshakable knowing that your well-being is not dependent on any one particular outcome, because you are connected to a universe of infinite, benevolent possibility. To unravel this paradox, we must first make a critical distinction between two very different energies: the energy of pure desire and the energy of needy attachment. On the surface, they can look similar, but vibrationally, they are worlds apart. Pure desire is a high frequency, expansive, and joyful energy. It is the spark of life itself, the creative impulse of the universe expressing itself through you. When you are in a state of pure desire, you are excited about a possibility. The thought of it feels good. It is playful, imaginative, and full of wonder. It's the feeling of a child looking through a holiday catalog, dreaming of the toys with pure, uncomplicated delight. There is no anxiety in this state. It is a clean, clear, positive frequency that aligns you with the very best of life. This energy is creative. This energy attracts needy attachment or clinging is its polar opposite. It is a low frequency, constrictive, and fearful energy. It arises from the mistaken belief that you are somehow incomplete and that you need this external person, thing, or circumstance to make you whole. The energy of attachment says, I cannot be happy until I have this. It says, my life is lacking without this. It says, I need this to happen, or I will be devastated. This is the energy of desperation, and vibrationally, desperation is a powerful signal of lack. When you are clinging to an outcome, you are screaming at the universe, I don't have this. I am painfully aware that I don't have this. My happiness depends on not having this feeling of not having it. And the universe, being a perfect mirror, can only reflect back to you more circumstances that match your vibration of lack and desperation. Clinging to your desire is like trying to catch a butterfly with a tightly clenched fist. You're tense. Fearful energy ensures that the very thing you want cannot land. Pure desire is holding your hand open, inviting the butterfly to land if it chooses, finding joy in its beauty, whether it lands or not. This is the crucial difference. Detachment is not about extinguishing your desire. It is about extinguishing your desperation. This is where the great misunderstanding of detachment arises. Many people on a spiritual path, hearing the word detachment, believe they must suppress their desires. They try to convince themselves they don't want a loving partner, or more money, or a more fulfilling career. They try to adopt a stance of apathy, believing this is a sign of enlightenment. But this, too, is a form of resistance. Suppressing a true desire is like trying to hold a beach ball underwater. It takes immense effort, and eventually, it will pop up with even greater force. The goal is not to stop wanting. The creative impulse to want is divine. The goal is to uncouple your present moment happiness from the future fulfillment of that want. The foundational practice of healthy detachment is to make your own well-being right here, right now, your absolute top priority. You must find a way to be a happy, whole, and complete person even before your desire manifests. You do this by using the tools we have already discussed. You practice gratitude for what you already have. You find joy in your daily life. You cultivate loving relationships with yourself and others. You engage in hobbies and work that make you feel alive. When you create a life that already feels rich and full, your desire shifts from being a desperate need for salvation to being a joyful preference. The energy changes from "I need this to be happy" to "I am already happy. And wouldn't it be wonderful if this happened too?" This energy is magnetic. It is the open, gentle hand to cultivate this state. You can adopt a powerful mantra: "I am open to this," or something even better. This phrase is a master key for unlocking detachment. It releases your death grip on a single, specific outcome. You may want a promotion in your current job, but holding on to that one possibility too tightly might blind you to a much better opportunity to start your own company. You might have a crush on one specific person, but clinging to them might prevent you from meeting your true soulmate. When you add the phrase, "or something better," you are telling the universe, "I trust your infinite wisdom more than my own limited perspective. I am open to your miracles." This releases the pressure and allows grace to enter. Another powerful practice is to fall in love with the process, rather than being fixated only on the prize. If your dream is to write a novel, don't just fantasize about being a best-selling author. Learn to love the quiet morning hours you spend with your words. Find joy in crafting the perfect sentence. If your dream is to be physically fit, don't just obsess over the number on the scale. Learn to love the feeling of your body getting stronger, the fresh air you breathe on your run, the nourishing taste of healthy food. When your joy is found in the journey itself, your attachment to the final destination naturally loosens. Your happiness is no longer held hostage in the future. It is being experienced right now, in the present moment. Consider the classic story of a person desperately seeking a romantic partner. They go on dates filled with anxiety, trying too hard, their energy silently screaming, "Please like me. I need you to complete me." This neediness is palpable and often pushes potential partners away. Feeling dejected, they finally decide to give up the frantic search. They decide to focus on themselves. They join a hiking club because they love the mountains. They take a cooking class because it brings them joy. They build strong friendships. They create a life they genuinely love, all by themselves. They become whole and happy on their own. And then, one day, on a mountain trail or in that cooking class, they meet someone wonderful. The attraction is effortless. The conversation flows because they are no longer emitting the frequency of need. They are emitting the frequency of wholeness, joy, and self-love, which is the most attractive frequency there is. This is the paradox of detachment in action. You often get what you want the moment you no longer need it to be happy. This wisdom is at the very heart of Eastern philosophies like Buddhism, which teach the principle of non-attachment as a direct path to liberation from suffering. Through countless audiobooks on mindfulness and meditation, you can explore this profound teaching, learning to observe your desires without being enslaved by them. When we finally learn to release our tight, fearful grip of attachment, a profound silence begins to grow within us. We have quieted the noisy, frantic voice of the ego, the part of us that constantly demands, frets, and clings. And in that newfound quiet, in that spaciousness of trust, another voice can finally be heard. It is a voice that has been there all along, patiently waiting to be noticed. It is a soft, clear, and unerring voice that speaks not in loud commands, but in gentle nudges and quiet knowing. This is the voice of your inner GPS. This is the voice of your intuition in the profound and spacious silence created by detachment. A new faculty of perception awakens when we release our tight, anxious grip on controlling the outcomes of our lives. The loud, frantic voice of the ego finally begins to quiet down. Its incessant chatter about what you should do, what could go wrong, and what others will think. It starts to fade into the background, and into this newfound stillness, a different voice can finally make itself heard. It is not a voice of panic or pressure. It is a quiet, clear, and steady signal that has been broadcasting to you your entire life. Though you were often too distracted by the noise to hear it, this is the voice of your intuition. This is your direct line to the infinite intelligence of the universe. It is your inner GPS, a flawless, built-in guidance system designed to help you navigate the river of life with grace, to steer you around unseen obstacles, and to guide you along the swiftest, most joyful path to your highest good. Intuition is not a rare, magical gift bestowed upon a select few. It is a natural human sense, as fundamental as sight or touch. It is a birthright we have been taught to ignore, to distrust, and to override with the supposedly superior faculty of the logical, analytical mind. Learning to honor your intuition is learning to come home to yourself. So, what is intuition? And how does it speak to us? It rarely communicates in the way the logical mind does. The intellect works with data, with pros and cons, with linear, step-by-step reasoning. Intuition is a form of direct knowing, a quantum leap of insight that bypasses logic altogether. It often speaks in a language that is felt more than it is heard. One of its most common languages is the gut feeling. It is that visceral, undeniable sensation deep in your solar plexus that tells you if something feels right or wrong. It's the feeling of sickness in your stomach when you're about to make a decision that isn't in alignment with your soul. Or the warm, expansive feeling of yes that radiates from your core when you are on the right track. Intuition also speaks in the form of the gentle nudge. This is a subtle, persistent, and often illogical urge to do something. It's the sudden thought to call a friend you haven't spoken to in years, only to find out they desperately needed to hear a friendly voice. It's the inexplicable urge to take a different route home from work, only to later learn you avoided a major traffic accident. These nudges are not loud or demanding. They are soft whispers from your higher self, suggesting a small course correction. Sometimes, intuition arrives as a sudden, brilliant insight, an aha moment. You might be struggling with a problem for weeks, analyzing it from every angle to no avail. Then, when you finally let it go and are doing something completely unrelated, like taking a shower or walking the dog, the perfect solution drops into your mind, complete and fully formed. This happens because in your state of relaxation, you finally quieted the resistant noise of your analytical mind, creating an opening for the intuitive answer to come through. It also communicates through synchronicity, the experience of meaningful coincidences. You might be thinking about a problem, and then you overhear a conversation between strangers that contains the exact answer you were looking for. Or you might see the same word or symbol appearing over and over again in a short period of time, guiding or reassuring you. These are winks from the universe, confirming that you are tuned in and on the right path. Perhaps the most reliable way to read your intuition is through the physical sensations of expansion and contraction. When you consider a choice that is right for you, your body will often feel a sense of lightness, openness, and expansion. It feels like a subtle yes. When you consider a choice that is not aligned, your body will feel a sense of heaviness, tightness, and contraction. It is a subtle but clear no. Your body is an incredibly sensitive instrument, and it cannot lie. It is constantly giving you feedback from your inner GPS. The most vital skill in this process is learning to distinguish the quiet voice of intuition from the loud, bullying voice of fear. This is where many people get confused and end up distrusting their inner guidance. Fear and intuition can seem similar because they both often advise caution, but their energetic signatures are completely different. The voice of fear is almost always loud, frantic, and emotionally charged. It feels urgent and panicked. It often uses catastrophic language and focuses on worst-case scenarios based on past pain. Fear will shout, "Don't you dare start that business. You'll lose everything and end up humiliated." Just like that other time, its reasoning is circular and based on old trauma. In the body, fear feels constricting, cold, and sickening. It is a definite, heavy no. The voice of intuition, by contrast, is almost always calm, quiet, and neutral. It is emotionally detached. It doesn't need to shout because it is confident in its own truth. It feels like a simple, clear knowing. Instead of shouting, intuition would simply whisper, "Now is not the right time for that business venture." It does not offer a long list of terrifying reasons. It simply presents a clear, peaceful truth. Instead of being rooted in the past, intuition is always focused on the present and leading you toward a better future. In the body, intuition feels expansive, peaceful, and light. Even if its message is one of caution, it feels like a calm, clear no, or a gentle not yet. Learning to feel this difference is a practice. The next time you have a strong feeling about something, pause it, breathe, ask yourself, is this voice loud and frantic? Or is it quiet and calm? Is it bringing up old pain? Or is it presenting a simple, new truth? Is my body contracting in fear? Or is it feeling a sense of peaceful clarity? This discernment is your superpower. Like any muscle, your intuition gets stronger the more you use it. If you want to amplify its signal, you must intentionally create the conditions for you to hear it. The first and most important practice is to cultivate silence. Intuition whispers, so you cannot hear it in a noisy environment. This means regularly turning off the television, putting down your phone, and disconnecting from the constant stream of external information. Spend time in meditation, even just for 10 minutes a day. Take quiet walks in nature. Allow yourself to be bored. It is in the empty spaces that the intuitive voice can finally emerge. You can also actively engage your intuition before you go to sleep at night. You can ask it a specific question. What is my next right step regarding my career? Then, release the question. Don't try to figure it out. Simply go to sleep with the intention of being open to the answer. The answer may come in a dream, in a sudden insight upon waking, or through a synchronicity the next day. Journaling is another powerful tool. Allow yourself to write freely without any censorship. This practice of automatic writing can help you bypass the conscious editor and tap directly into the stream of your subconscious. Intuitive wisdom. The most important practice of all is to act on the guidance you receive. Trust is built through experience. Start with the small, low-stakes nudges. If you get an intuitive hit to read a certain book, go get it. If you feel the urge to drive a different way to the store, follow it. If you suddenly think of an old recipe, make it for dinner. As you follow these small whispers and see the positive, easy results, you begin to build a foundation of trust. You are proving to yourself and to the universe that you are listening. This makes it much easier to trust the intuition when it guides you toward a bigger, more significant life change. Authors like Malcolm Gladwell, in his audiobook, Blink, have explored the incredible power of this rapid, intuitive cognition, showing how our minds can make brilliant decisions in the blink of an eye, long before our logical brain has had time to process the data. As we learn to trust and follow this inner guidance system, this unerring GPS, something truly remarkable begins to happen. We find ourselves making choices that are not designed to please others or to meet external expectations, but choices that create a deep internal resonance of peace and rightness. We are led, step by gentle step, back to our most authentic selves. This journey, guided by the quiet whispers of intuition, inevitably brings us to a foundational state of being, a state that dissolves neediness, desperation, and struggle at their very core. It brings us to the profound and liberating realization of our own inherent wholeness and sufficiency. As we learn to navigate our lives by the quiet, steady light of our intuition, we find it consistently guides us toward a singular destination. It does not always lead us to what the ego wants, the fame, the fortune, the external validation. Instead, it leads us, step by gentle step, back to a state of inner peace, of wholeness, of authentic self-acceptance. This journey, guided by our inner GPS, inevitably brings us to the bedrock of effortless living, a foundational state of being that dissolves struggle at its very root. This is the sufficiency principle. It is the profound and life-altering realization that you are, right now, in this very moment, enough. Before we can embrace the power of this principle, we must first face the pervasive and deeply painful illusion it seeks to heal. We live in the midst of a silent epidemic, a collective hypnosis under the spell of two of the most destructive words in the human language: not enough, not smart enough, not successful enough, not thin enough, not rich enough, not spiritual enough, not good enough. This feeling, this corrosive belief in our own inadequacy is the primary source of our striving, our anxiety, and our resistance. It is the fundamental belief that we are somehow broken and need something outside of ourselves, an achievement, a possession, another person's approval to fix us and make us whole. This not enough mindset is not a personal failing. It is a cultural contagion, and it is relentlessly reinforced from all sides. Our entire consumer culture is built upon a foundation of manufactured inadequacy. Advertising, at its core, is the art of making you feel less than until you purchase a product you are not desirable. Until you drive this car, you are not sophisticated until you wear this watch. Your life is not exciting until you drink this soda. Day after day, we are bombarded with thousands of messages expertly designed to create a feeling of lack, a dissatisfaction, with our current lives that can only be soothed by the next purchase. This external programming is then amplified by the modern echo chamber of social media. We scroll through meticulously curated highlight reels of other people's lives, comparing their filtered vacation photos to our messy kitchen, their career promotions to our stagnant job, their picture-perfect relationships to our own imperfect reality. We are engaged in a constant, subconscious game of comparison, a game that is impossible to win and that guarantees we will always find evidence of our own insufficiency. This is layered on top of our earliest childhood programming, where our worth was often tied to external metrics like grades, athletic performance, or our ability to please our parents. We were taught to seek validation from the outside, and so we grew into adults who are still looking for a gold star, a pat on the head to tell us that we are finally okay. This deep-seated feeling of inadequacy fuels the most common and tragic trap of human existence, the model of when, then happiness. We live our lives based on a series of conditional clauses. When I get the promotion, then I will feel successful. When I lose 20 pounds, then I will feel worthy of love. When I pay off my debt, then I can finally relax. When I find my soulmate, then my life will truly begin. We place our happiness on layaway, always contingent upon a future event, a destination that we believe holds the key to our well-being. But this is a cruel trick the mind plays on itself. The finish line is a mirage that constantly moves. You get the promotion, and for a week, you feel successful. But then, you notice the next rung on the ladder, the bigger office, the higher salary. The feeling of not enough creeps back in. You lose that 20 pounds, but then you start to worry about a wrinkle or a gray hair. You find a partner, but then you worry about keeping them. Or you start to find flaws in the relationship. It is a hedonic treadmill where you are forced to run faster and faster just to maintain the same level of dissatisfaction. This cycle guarantees a life of striving because it is based on the false premise that your wholeness is something you must achieve in the future, rather than something you can realize in the present. The only way to step off this treadmill is to embrace the sufficiency principle. It is the conscious decision to anchor your sense of worth internally. It is the declaration, I am enough. Right now, as I am, my worth is inherent and unconditional. It is not tied to my bank account, my job title, my relationship status, or the number on a scale. This is not a statement of arrogance or a vow of complacency. It is a statement of profound peace. It is the end of the war against yourself from a vibrational standpoint. This shift is monumental. The frequency of not enough is a state of perpetual lack. It is a humming, anxious vibration that by the law of vibration, can only attract more experiences that validate your feeling of lack. When you vibrate with inadequacy, you become a perfect match for frustrating circumstances, critical people, and disappointing results. Conversely, when you can genuinely cultivate the feeling of "I am enough," you shift your entire energetic signature. You begin to broadcast the frequency of wholeness, of contentment, of peace, and of self-love. This vibration is a perfect match for well-being. And here lies a beautiful paradox. The state of feeling enough is what attracts more. When the universe senses your vibration of sufficiency, it does not say, "Oh, good, they are all set. They don't need anything else." It says, "Ah, here is a being who is in perfect harmony with the frequency of abundance and wholeness. Let us send them more experiences, people, and opportunities that are a perfect match for that beautiful feeling." You move from chasing abundance to becoming a vibrational match for it. Abundance is no longer something you have to hunt for. It is something that naturally gravitates toward your own sense of wholeness. Cultivating this feeling of sufficiency is a daily practice of redirecting your attention. It begins by taking a sufficiency inventory. Deliberately take stock of the abundance that is already present in your life. You have air to breathe, a miracle of physiology. You likely have a roof over your head and food to eat, luxuries beyond the reach of billions. You have ideas. You have memories. You have the capacity to love. By consciously focusing on the riches you already possess, you begin to rewire your brain to see fullness instead of emptiness. This practice is perfectly illustrated by the ancient parable of the magic bowl. A man is given a bowl that provides him with just enough food for each day. As long as he is content and grateful for this provision, the bowl remains full. But the day he becomes greedy and demands the bowl or provide a feast for the entire village, it becomes instantly and permanently empty. His grasping, needy energy of not enough repelled the very abundance he sought. This is the wisdom at the heart of the work of modern researchers and storytellers like Dr. Brené Brown. Her powerful audiobooks and talks teach that the path to a wholehearted life is not through perfection, but through embracing our vulnerability and our imperfections. It is in admitting that we are flawed and simultaneously knowing that we are worthy of love and belonging that we find true sufficiency. When you can finally anchor yourself in the deep, peaceful, and unwavering knowing that you are enough. Right now, a powerful and magical side effect occurs. The frantic, desperate, and needy urgency for your desires to manifest immediately begins to dissolve. You are no longer in a frantic rush to get there, because you have finally realized that you are already here, whole and complete. The desperate clinging to the future relaxes its grip on your present moment. This frees you from the tyranny of the ticking clock. It liberates you from the anxious need to control the when and the how. And this newfound freedom allows you to embrace one of the most misunderstood, most powerful, and most graceful virtues on the entire spiritual path, the profound wisdom of patience. When you anchor yourself in the deep, peaceful harbor of your own sufficiency, when you know with every fiber of your being that you are whole and complete right now, a great and frantic urgency begins to dissolve from your life. The desperate, needy, and grasping energy that demands everything must happen now finally relaxes its grip. This newfound peace, born from self-acceptance, allows you to cultivate one of the most misunderstood and spiritually potent virtues, the wisdom of patience. In our culture of instant gratification, patience has been miscast as a form of passive, frustrating, and powerless waiting. We see it as something to be endured, a tedious delay we must suffer through with gritted teeth. But this is a profound misunderstanding. True spiritual patience is not passive waiting. It is active, conscious, and unwavering trust. It is the serene and powerful confidence that what is meant for you is already on its way, and that it will arrive at the perfect moment, in the perfect way. It is not about enduring a delay. It is about relaxing into the flawless wisdom of divine timing. To truly embrace patience, we must first dissect its opposite, the state of impatience, and see it for what it truly is, a powerful form of resistance. When you are feeling impatient, you are, in essence, having a vibrational temper tantrum. You are standing in your boat on the beautiful river of life, shouting at the universe, "I don't trust you. I don't believe you are handling this correctly. Your timing is flawed." And my limited, anxious ego knows better than your infinite intelligence. Impatience is a profound expression of disbelief. It is a frequency of doubt that directly contradicts the frequency of your desire. It is like trying to listen to a beautiful song on the radio while simultaneously blasting static from a loudspeaker right next to your ear. The signal of your desire is being scrambled by the noisy static of your own distrust. Impatience is also a direct symptom of the not enough mindset. The only reason you feel you need something right now is because you believe you are incomplete and unhappy without it. The feeling of "I need it now" is rooted in the pain of "I am not okay now." This frantic energy, this constant checking your email for the response, checking your phone for the text, checking your bank account for the deposit, keeps you vibrationally tethered to the reality of not having what you want. You are marinating in the feeling of its absence, and thus you are blocking its arrival. The most powerful way to reframe this process is to understand what is truly happening during this so-called waiting period. Every desire you launch, every seed you plant in the fertile soil of the universe has a natural and necessary gestation period. Think of it as a cosmic pregnancy. When you launch your desire, the conception has occurred, the creative process has begun. The universe immediately goes to work, gathering all the cooperative components, arranging the meetings, orchestrating the synchronicities, and lining up the events that will lead to the physical manifestation of your dream. This is a complex and miraculous process, and for much of it, you will see no external evidence that anything is happening at all. A human baby grows silently in the womb for 9 months. An oak tree begins as a tiny acorn, hidden beneath the earth. A bamboo seed, most remarkably, can show no external growth for up to 5 years as it develops a vast and complex root system underground. Only when this invisible foundation is complete does it burst forth, growing up to 90 feet in just 6 weeks. If you were an impatient bamboo farmer, you would have given up in year 2, declaring the seed a failure, never knowing the incredible potential that was being nurtured just beneath the surface. Our impatience is precisely this folly. It is the act of digging up the seed every day to see if it's growing. Our worry, or doubt, our frantic need for proof, these are the energetic shovels that disturb the sacred ground, that disrupt the delicate process of formation, and that can ultimately destroy our own creation before it has a chance to bloom. This brings us to the deep wisdom of divine timing. This is the understanding that the delay is not a denial. The gestation period is not a punishment. It is a sacred, intelligent, and absolutely essential part of the creative process. The universe, with its infinite perspective, we can see the entire chessboard of your life. It knows the fastest, most efficient, and most joyful path to your desire, and that path may include what your limited ego perceives as a delay. Perhaps the job you want isn't manifesting because a far better opportunity, one you can't even imagine yet, is going to open up in a few months, and the universe is lovingly holding you in place for it. Perhaps the relationship you desire hasn't appeared because you or your future partner still have some healing or growing to do to be truly ready for each other. The universe is not just delivering your desire, it is delivering it at the time and in the way that will serve your highest good. Your impatience is the desire to have a premature birth. Divine timing is the wisdom that allows for a healthy, full-term delivery. Trusting this means letting go of your rigid, human-made timelines and relaxing into the faith that a power far greater than your own is orchestrating a beautiful outcome. So what, then, are you supposed to do during this gestation period? This time of waiting, the answer is simple and liberating. You don't wait, you live. This period is not a cosmic waiting room. It is your spiritual gymnasium. It is your opportunity to practice everything we have discussed. Your work is to focus on feeling good now. Your work is to tune your vibrational frequency now. Your work is to practice the art of allowing now. You use the pivot to gently guide your thoughts back to what feels good. You go on rampages of appreciation for the abundance that is already in your life. You take loving care of your body. You find joy in your work, your hobbies, your relationships. In short, you get so busy enjoying your present moment, so absorbed in creating a happy now, that you almost forget about the thing you are waiting for. And in that state of joyful, present moment focus, you become the ultimate open channel. You have stopped digging up the seed. You are diligently watering the soil of your life with feelings of joy and trust, creating the perfect conditions for your desire to burst forth into your reality, suddenly and magnificently, just like the bamboo. Patience, therefore, is not a grim state of endurance. It is a joyful state of active trust. It is knowing, with a deep and peaceful certainty, that the seed is growing. It is understanding that the roots are forming even when you cannot see them. It is having unshakable faith in the soil, in the sun, and in the inevitable spring that is on its way. When we learn to rest in this wise, active, and vibrant patience, something beautiful and subtle begins to shift within us. The language we use to describe our lives begins to change. The frantic, complaining, and fearful words born from a sense of lack begin to fall away, replaced by a calmer, more confident, and more creative vocabulary. We stop speaking from a place of what is missing, and we begin to speak from a place of what is becoming. We start to understand on a deep, cellular level that our words are not just passive descriptors of the reality we see, but are in fact powerful, creative instruments that are actively shaping it. We realize that every word we speak is a wand casting a spell, either for or against our own heart's desires. When you anchor yourself in the deep, peaceful harbor of your own sufficiency, when you know with every fiber of your being that you are whole and complete right now, a great and frantic urgency begins to dissolve from your life. The desperate, needy, and grasping energy that demands everything must happen now finally relaxes its grip. This newfound peace, born from self-acceptance, allows you to cultivate one of the most misunderstood and spiritually potent virtues, the wisdom of patience. In our culture of instant gratification, patience has been miscast as a form of passive frustrating, and powerless, waiting. We see it as something to be endured, a tedious delay we must suffer through with gritted teeth. But this is a profound misunderstanding. True spiritual patience is not passive waiting. It is active, conscious, and unwavering trust. It is the serene and powerful confidence that what is meant for you is already on its way, and that it will arrive at the perfect moment, in the perfect way. It is not about enduring a delay. It is about relaxing into the flawless wisdom of divine timing. To truly embrace patience, we must first dissect its opposite, the state of impatience, and see it for what it truly is, a powerful form of resistance. When you are feeling impatient, you are, in essence, having a vibrational temper tantrum. You are standing in your boat on the beautiful river of life, shouting at the universe, "I don't trust you. I don't believe you are handling this correctly. Your timing is flawed, and my limited, anxious ego knows better than your infinite intelligence." Impatience is a profound expression of disbelief. It is a frequency of doubt that directly contradicts the frequency of your desire. It is like trying to listen to a beautiful song on the radio while simultaneously blasting static from a loudspeaker right next to your ear. The signal of your desire is being scrambled by the noisy static of your own distrust. Impatience is also a direct symptom of the not enough mindset. The only reason you feel you need something right now is because you believe you are incomplete and unhappy without it. The feeling of "I need it now" is rooted in the pain of "I am not okay now." This frantic energy, this constant checking your email for the response, checking your phone for the text, checking your bank account for the deposit, keeps you vibrationally tethered to the reality of not having what you want. You are marinating in the feeling of its absence, and thus you are blocking its arrival. The most powerful way to reframe this process is to understand what is truly happening during this so-called waiting period. Every desire you launch, every seed you plant in the fertile soil of the universe has a natural and necessary gestation period. Think of it as a cosmic pregnancy. When you launch your desire, the conception has occurred. The creative process has begun. The universe immediately goes to work, gathering all the cooperative components, arranging the meetings, orchestrating the synchronicities, and lining up the events that will lead to the physical manifestation of your dream. This is a complex and miraculous process, and for much of it, you will see no external evidence that anything is happening at all. A human baby grows silently in the womb for 9 months. An oak tree begins as a tiny acorn, hidden beneath the earth. A bamboo seed, most remarkably, can show no external growth for up to 5 years as it develops a vast and complex root system underground. only when this invisible foundation is complete does it burst forth, growing up to 90 feet in just 6 weeks. If you were an impatient bamboo farmer, you would have given up in year 2, declaring the seed a failure, never knowing the incredible potential that was being nurtured just beneath the surface. Our impatience is precisely this folly. It is the act of digging up the seed every day to see if it's growing. Our worry, or doubt, or frantic need for proof, these are the energetic shovels that disturb the sacred ground, that disrupt the delicate process of formation, and that can ultimately destroy our own creation before it has a chance to bloom. This brings us to the deep wisdom of divine timing. This is the understanding that the delay is not a denial. The gestation period is not a punishment. It is a sacred, intelligent, and absolutely essential part of the creative process. The universe, with its infinite perspective, you can see the entire chessboard of your life. It knows the fastest, most efficient, and most joyful path to your desire. And that path may include what your limited ego perceives as a delay. Perhaps the job you want isn't manifesting because a far better opportunity, one you can't even imagine yet, is going to open up in a few months. And the universe is lovingly holding you in place for it. Perhaps the relationship you desire hasn't appeared because you or your future partner still have some healing or growing to do to be truly ready for each other. The universe is not just delivering your desire, it is delivering it at the time and in the way that will serve your highest good. Your impatience is the desire to have a premature birth. Divine timing is the wisdom that allows for a healthy, full-term delivery. Trusting this means letting go of your rigid, human-made timelines and relaxing into the faith that a power far greater than your own is orchestrating a beautiful outcome. So what, then, are you supposed to do during this gestation period? This time of waiting? The answer is simple and liberating. You don't wait, you live. This period is not a cosmic waiting room. It is your spiritual gymnasium. It is your opportunity to practice everything we have discussed. Your work is to focus on feeling good now. Your work is to tune your vibrational frequency now. Your work is to practice the art of allowing now. You use the pivot to gently guide your thoughts back to what feels good. You go on rampages of appreciation for the abundance that is already in your life. You take loving care of your body. You find joy in your work, your hobbies, your relationships. In short, you get so busy enjoying your present moment, so absorbed in creating a happy now, that you almost forget about the thing you are waiting for. And in that state of joyful, present moment focus, you become the ultimate open channel. You have stopped digging up the seed. You are diligently watering the soil of your life with feelings of joy and trust, creating the perfect conditions for your desire to burst forth into your reality. Suddenly and magnificently, just like the bamboo, patience, therefore, is not a grim state of endurance. It is a joyful state of active trust. It is knowing with a deep and peaceful certainty that the seed is growing. It is understanding that the roots are forming even when you cannot see them. It is having unshakable faith in the soil, in the sun, and in the inevitable spring that is on its way. When we learn to rest in this wise, active, and vibrant patience, something beautiful and subtle begins to shift within us. The language we use to describe our lives begins to change. The frantic, complaining, and fearful words born from a sense of lack begin to fall away, replaced by a calmer, more confident, and more creative vocabulary. We stop speaking from a place of what is missing, and we begin to speak from a place of what is becoming. We start to understand on a deep cellular level that our words are not just passive descriptors of the reality we see, but are in fact powerful, creative instruments that are actively shaping it. We realize that every word we speak is a wand, casting a spell, either for or against our own heart's desires. We have arrived at the very heart of creation, the inner sanctum, where thought is transmuted into reality. We have learned that our words are wands, powerful tools for directing our focus, but a wand is merely a piece of wood until it is held by a magician who knows how to channel power through it. The power that animates our words, the electricity that turns a mental blueprint into a physical reality, is feeling. This is the great secret that has been taught by mystics throughout the ages, and which was distilled into a potent, practical science by the 20th century visionary Neville Goddard. He taught with unwavering clarity that imagining creates reality, and that the key to imagining successfully is to capture the feeling of the wish already fulfilled. Your subconscious mind, the creative power within you, does not respond to the words you say as much as it responds to the feelings you embody. To change your outer world, you must first learn the art of deliberately and consciously changing your inner feeling. This is not about thinking positive thoughts. It is about becoming a positive state of being. Herein lies the most critical distinction on the entire path of least effort, the difference between thinking of your desire and feeling from your desire. This is a subtle but monumental shift in consciousness. For most of our lives, we practice thinking of what we want. Imagine your desire is a beautiful, warm, comfortable house. Thinking of your desire is like standing outside that house in the cold, pressing your nose against the window pane. Looking in, you can see the cozy fire, the comfortable chairs, The happy family inside. You can describe it in perfect detail, but in the very act of looking at it from the outside, you are reinforcing your awareness that you are separate from it. You are vibrating at the frequency of not being in the house. This is the state of hoping, wishing, and wanting, and it is a state of perpetual lack. Feeling from your desire is a completely different act of imagination. It is the art of mentally unlocking the door, walking inside that beautiful house, and closing the door behind you. It is the act of sitting in one of the comfortable chairs, feeling its fabric, feeling the warmth of the fire on your skin, and now you look through the window, but you are looking out at the cold world you just left behind. You are no longer wanting the house. You are experiencing what it feels like to already be living in it. You have moved from being an observer of your dream to being an occupant of it. This is the feeling that creates. You are no longer thinking about being wealthy. You are thinking from the state of already being wealthy. You are no longer thinking about being in a loving relationship. You are thinking and feeling from the state of already being cherished and adored. You must stop being a hungry person thinking about the feast and instead assume the feeling of being full and satisfied. This is what it means to assume the wish fulfilled. The reason this technique is so powerful lies in the nature of your subconscious mind. Your subconscious is the builder. It is the impersonal, creative force that takes your dominant beliefs and feelings and objectifies them as the circumstances of your life. It does not possess a sense of humor, and it cannot tell the difference between a physical reality and an imagined reality that you have imbued with the tone of feeling. When you vividly imagine a scene and feel the emotion of it being real, your subconscious accepts this feeling as a fact. It does not question it. It simply receives this new feeling and fact as a new blueprint and immediately goes to work to rearrange the world of shadow and substance to conform to it. It will move people, orchestrate events, and open pathways in the most surprising and synchronous ways, all to bring forth in your outer world a perfect reflection of the new truth you have established within. The feeling is the seed that you plant in the fertile, dark soil of the subconscious. Once planted, it must grow. Your only job is to plant the right seed. Neville Goddard taught a master technique for doing this, a simple yet profound ritual he called the state akin to sleep, or SATS. The ideal time to impress the subconscious mind is just before you fall asleep. In this drowsy, hypnotic state, your conscious mind, the daytime sentinel that is full of doubt and reason, begins to relax its guard. The doorway to the subconscious swings open. This is your moment. The first step is to construct a short, simple scene in your imagination, which implies that your wish has already been fulfilled. This is key. You do not imagine the moment you get the money. or the moment you get the proposal, you imagine a scene that takes place after the wish has been fulfilled. If you desire a promotion, the scene is not your boss telling you the news. A better scene would be your partner or a close friend shaking your hand and saying, "I can't believe it. Congratulations on becoming the new vice president." If you desire to be healed, the scene is not the medical procedure. It is you doing something you could not do before, like playing tennis or running up a flight of stairs with ease. The scene must be short, so you can easily repeat it. The next step is to enter that drowsy, sleepy state, and then begin to loop this short scene over and over again in your mind's eye, like a short, comforting film. As you repeat the scene, you must bring in as much sensory vividness as you can. See the details, hear the sounds, and most importantly, you must begin to feel the emotion that this scene would naturally produce. Feel the pride and relief of the congratulatory handshake. Feel the joy and freedom of running up the stairs. You must actually conjure the feeling in your body. Let the feeling of gratitude of it is done wash over you. You continue to loop this feeling-infused scene until it takes on the tones of reality, until it feels natural and real. And then you fall asleep in that state. You have successfully planted your seed in the subconscious. This nightly ritual is then supported by a daily mindset level called living in the end. Throughout your day, you carry with you the quiet, confident feeling of your wish already being a fact. This doesn't mean you tell everyone or act foolishly. It is an inner certainty. When circumstances arise that seem to contradict your desire, a bill arrives in the mail. You feel a twinge of pain. You ask yourself, how would I view this if my wish were already fulfilled? If you were already wealthy, you would see the bill as a minor expense, not a catastrophe. If you were already healed, you would see the twinge as a fleeting sensation, not a sign of your illness. You think from the end result. Neville himself famously used this method to get a steamship ticket from New York to his home in Barbados during the Great Depression. When he had no money, every night, for several nights, he fell asleep in his New York apartment by imagining he was sleeping in his childhood bed in his family's home in Barbados. He felt the sea breeze. He heard the sounds of the island. He assumed the feeling of already being there. Within a week, a series of seemingly miraculous events led to a ticket being unexpectedly gifted to him. He had impressed his subconscious with the reality of being in Barbados, and the subconscious mind rearranged his world to make it so. This is the deepest magic. It is not about faking it. It is about creating it. From the inside out, you are not pretending to be something. You are selecting a new reality for yourself in the only place where reality is truly created. within your own magnificent imagination, fired by the creative power of feeling. This practice of generating and sustaining a new feeling is not just a mental exercise. It has a profound effect on your physical self. Your body is the ultimate resonance chamber for this feeling. It is the tuning fork that vibrates with your new assumption. It becomes the living, breathing, walking proof of your new state, and it holds a wisdom all its own. We have now journeyed deep into the inner world, into the magnificent power of feeling and imagination. We have discovered that feeling is the secret, the divine language that impresses our desires upon the creative subconscious mind. But where exactly does this feeling live? It is not an abstract concept floating in the ether of our minds. It is a tangible, physical event. Feeling lives, breathes, and speaks within the miraculous instrument you inhabit every single day, your body. Your body is not simply a vehicle that carries your brain from place to place. It is not a machine to be tamed, disciplined, and forced into submission. Your physical body is a wise and sensitive counselor, a living, breathing record of your past, and an exquisitely accurate compass for your present and future. To ignore its wisdom is to navigate the river of life with your most important map folded up in your pocket. To learn its language is to unlock a profound dimension of somatic intelligence that will ground your spiritual practice in the felt reality of your life. Your body is a faithful historian. It keeps a perfect score. Every experience you have ever had, every joy, every trauma, every unspoken frustration, and every suppressed fear has left an energetic imprint in your cells, your tissues, and your posture. Chronic stress and anxiety are not just mental states. They manifest as a clenched jaw, as knots of tension in your shoulders from carrying burdens that are not yours, as a perpetually tight stomach. The body becomes a living archive of our resistance. These patterns of physical tension are the residue of old feelings and beliefs, and they can keep us locked in a vibrational holding pattern, constantly sending out the old, familiar signal of stress, even when the original cause is long gone. Modern trauma research, which you can explore in groundbreaking audiobooks like Dr. Bessel van der Kolk's The Body Keeps the Score, has shown us conclusively that the body remembers what the conscious mind often tries to forget. It holds on to the energy of past events, and until that energy is acknowledged and released, it can contribute to a host of physical ailments. In this sense, physical symptoms can sometimes be understood as messengers. They are the body's way of delivering a message that the mind has refused to hear, a physical manifestation of a long-term energetic or emotional imbalance. Learning to listen to these whispers before they become screams is a fundamental aspect of living a life of ease, beyond being a record of the past. Your body is an astonishingly accurate, real-time compass for the present. It is constantly giving you feedback on whether you are in alignment with your path of least effort. One of its most powerful signaling centers is your gut. The phrase, "a gut feeling," is not just a folksy expression. Your digestive tract is lined with a complex network of neurons. So complex, it is often referred to as the second brain. This enteric nervous system processes information on a primal, intuitive level, long before your logical mind has had a chance to analyze the situation. It is the source of that deep, instinctual knowing, that feeling of yes or no that arises from your very core when you are considering a decision. Learn to pause and check in with your gut. Does it feel calm, settled, and at ease? Or does it feel tight, nauseous, or clenched? Your gut knows the truth, and it will never lie to you. The most fundamental language of this somatic compass is the language of expansion and contraction. This is a simple, binary feedback system you can use for any choice in your life. When you think about a person, a place, or a course of action that is in true alignment with your highest good, your body will have a subtle but distinct feeling of expansion. You might feel a lightness in your chest, a sense of your shoulders relaxing, a feeling of energy moving forward. It feels open. It feels like a yes. Conversely, when you consider something that is not in alignment for you, your body will respond with contraction. You might feel a tightening in your throat, a clenching in your stomach, a sense of your energy pulling back and becoming heavy. It feels closed. It feels like a no. Try it right now. Think of someone in your life who genuinely uplifts you and makes you feel good. Notice the subtle feelings in your body. Now, think of a situation that always causes you stress or dread. Notice the immediate difference. Your body is your own personal truth detector. The intelligence of the heart also plays a role. Research has shown that when we experience positive emotions like love, care, and appreciation, our heart rhythms become smooth and coherent. When we experience stress and negative emotions, they become jagged and incoherent. This coherence or incoherence radiates throughout the entire body, affecting your brain function, your hormonal balance, and your overall perception. A coherent heart creates a state of ease and flow, while an incoherent heart creates a state of stress and struggle. The most powerful tool for both reading and influencing this entire mind-body system is your breath. Your breath is the magical bridge between the conscious and the unconscious, the voluntary and the involuntary. It is a perfect, real-time reflection of your inner state. When you are anxious or frightened, your breath becomes short, shallow, and rapid, confined to the upper chest. When you are relaxed and at peace, Your breath is slow, deep, and diaphragmatic. Simply by noticing the quality of your breathing at any given moment, you can get an instant and accurate diagnosis of your current vibrational state. But the breath is not just an indicator. It is a tool because it is the one autonomic function you can consciously control. You can use it to deliberately change your state. When you are feeling tense or overwhelmed, you can consciously choose to slow down and deepen your breathing. Let's do it now. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose, allowing your belly to expand fully. And now, exhale slowly through your mouth with a gentle sigh. Do it once more. A deep, calming breath in and a long, releasing breath out. This simple, conscious act sends a powerful signal directly to your nervous system. It tells the primitive part of your brain that the danger has passed and it is safe to move from the fight or flight mode of the sympathetic nervous system to the rest and digest mode of the parasympathetic nervous system. In 2 breaths, you have begun to change your body's chemistry, quiet your mind, and shift your entire energetic state toward one of greater ease and allowance. The story of the person with chronic shoulder pain who finally connects it to the emotional burden of carrying the weight of the world is a classic tale of somatic intelligence. When they learn to consciously release that emotional burden, to mentally and spiritually put it down, the physical pain often dissolves along with it. The body was simply telling the truth of their energetic reality. It was a faithful compass, pointing to the source of their disease. As we become fluent in this new language, the rich, truthful, and undeniable language of feeling, the language of the body, we are no longer operating blind. We are no longer disconnected from our own innate wisdom. We have our inner compass. We have our anchor in the breath. We know how to find our true north in any given moment. Now, with this embodied awareness, when the impulse to act arises, we are finally equipped to discern its quality. We can feel the difference between an action that arises from a place of tension and contraction and one that arises from a place of expansion and joy. We are finally ready to understand the crucial distinction between the heavy, draining action born from force and fear and the light, exhilarating action born from a place of true inspiration. We have now journeyed through the vast and powerful landscapes of our inner world. We have learned to tune our vibration, to feel from the end, and to listen to the unerring wisdom of our own bodies. We are now equipped with an internal compass that is always pointing toward our true north. But eventually, this inner work must translate into the outer world. We are physical beings in a physical reality, and the question of action must be addressed. It is here that the path of least effort diverges most radically from the world's common philosophy of struggle and hustle. We have been taught that action is the engine of creation, that it is our effort, our grind, our relentless doing that makes things happen. We believe we must force our will upon the world to get what we want. But this is the old, exhausting paradigm. From this new state of alignment, we learn a profound truth. There are two fundamentally different types of action, each arising from a different source and producing vastly different results. There is forced action, which is born from the ego and fear, and there is inspired action, which is born from the soul and alignment. Learning to tell the difference is the final, crucial key to living a life of effortless grace. Let's first dissect forced action, for it is the state we know so well. This is the energy of the hustle culture. Forced action arises from a place of disbelief and lack. It is the ego's frantic attempt to control the universe. It stems from the core belief that if I don't make this happen, it won't happen. It is a declaration of distrust in the river of life. How does forced action feel in your body? It feels heavy. It feels like a chore, a burden, a long list of shoulds and have-tos. It is draining. It is the feeling of pushing a massive boulder up a steep hill. When you are engaged in forced action, you are often fueled by anxiety, pressure, and a quiet desperation. The motivation behind it is almost always to get something, to fill a perceived void, to get the money, to fix the feeling of being broke, to get the relationship, to fix the feeling of being lonely, to get the approval, to fix the feeling of being unworthy. It is an attempt to fix an inner state with an outer action, which is an impossible task. The results of forced action are predictably disappointing because it is born from a low-frequency state of resistance. It tends to create more resistance. It is profoundly inefficient. You put in 10 units of exhausting, grinding effort, and you get back 1 unit of mediocre results, often at a great personal cost. It is the salesperson making 100 cold calls with a desperate energy that potential clients can feel, and thus they are repelled. It is the student staying up all night, cramming for an exam out of fear, only to find their mind is blank when they sit down to take it. It is the entrepreneur trying to force a product into a market that isn't ready for it, leading to burnout and financial strain. It is going on a date with the agenda of finding the one, which makes you tense and inauthentic. Forced action is the path of most resistance. It is paddling upstream, and it will always lead to exhaustion. Now, let us turn our attention to the glorious alternative, inspired action. This is the energy of the flow state. Inspired action does not arise from the ego. It arises through you when the ego gets out of the way. It is the natural, logical next step that appears after you have done your inner work of alignment. It is the universe tapping you on the shoulder and saying, "Okay, everything is ready. Now, just take this one easy step." How does inspired action feel in your body? It feels light. It feels joyful, exciting, and effortless. It is often energizing, not draining. It does not feel like work at all. It is the feeling of being pulled by a powerful magnet rather than pushing a heavy rock. It is often accompanied by a sense of curiosity, passion, and timelessness, that flow state where you are so absorbed in the activity that you lose all track of time. The motivation is completely different. It is not about getting something. It is about the pure delight of expressing something. It feels like an idea whose time has come, and you are the joyful conduit for its birth. The results of inspired action are often disproportionately powerful and seemingly miraculous. It is the path of least resistance. You put in 1 unit of light, joyful effort, and you get back 10 units of magnificent results. It is the writer who, after a relaxing walk, is suddenly flooded with an entire chapter and rushes to their keyboard, where the words just pour out effortlessly. It is the business owner who gets a sudden, illogical urge to visit a particular coffee shop, where they bump into their perfect future business partner. It is the artist who wakes up in the middle of the night with a clear vision for a painting and creates a masterpiece in a single session. It is the spontaneous decision to take a class that leads to a whole new career path. Inspired action feels less like you are doing something and more like something is being done through you. It is easy. It is fun. It is magical. It is the universe's preferred method of delivery. This reveals the true role of action in the creative process. In the old paradigm, action was step 1. In the new paradigm of allowing, action is the final step. Its purpose is not to make the manifestation happen. The universe takes care of that. The purpose of your action is simply to receive it. It is the universe saying, "I have arranged the meeting. Your only action is to show up. I have delivered the winning lottery ticket." Your only action is to go to the store and buy it. "I have opened the door." Your only action is to walk through it. The action itself is often trivial compared to the magnificent result it unlocks. The story of the writer with writer's block is a perfect example. Staring at the blank screen for hours, trying to force the words out, is forced action. It is painful and unproductive. Deciding to let go, to take a walk and listen to music, is the art of allowing. And then, the rush of inspiration, the sudden flood of ideas, and the joyful, easy act of typing them out as fast as your fingers can move. That is inspired action. So, how do you cultivate this? You cannot hunt for inspired action. You cannot force it to appear. You can only create the conditions for it to find you. The process is simple. Your only job is to get into a state of high vibration and allowance. Feel good. For no reason. Appreciate your life as it is. Follow your joy. Meditate. Let go. And then pay attention. When an idea or an impulse arises that feels light, exciting, easy, and genuinely fun, that is your signal. That is your inspired action. It might seem small. It might seem illogical. It might have no obvious connection to your greater goal. But you must learn to trust it. That gentle nudge is your inner GPS, giving you the next turn on the map. Following it is how you stay in the flow. Learning to live this way, waiting for the feeling of inspiration before you act, is the true meaning of living on the path of least effort. It is the difference between being the exhausted rower and being the joyful sailor, using the powerful winds of the universe to carry you effortlessly toward your dreams. Now that we have assembled all the essential components of this new operating system for life understanding and releasing resistance, aligning with the universe's benevolent abundance, learning to flow with the river, tuning our vibration through feeling and acting only on true inspiration, we are finally ready. We are ready to apply this complete and powerful framework to the specific, practical areas of our lives where we most crave a sense of greater ease and flow. Let us begin this application with one of the most charged, most misunderstood, and most desired topics of all, the effortless flow of abundance. We now arrive with all our powerful new tools of understanding at one of the most charged and challenging arenas of human life, the topic of money, wealth, and abundance. For so many, this is the primary battlefield of struggle. It is a source of immense anxiety, shame, and a feeling of perpetual lack. We have been taught that wealth is something we must chase, earn through grueling labor, and fight for in a competitive world. But the path of least effort invites us to a radically different relationship with abundance. It suggests that prosperity, like the river of life itself, is a current that is always flowing. Our natural state is one of abundance. Financial struggle is not a sign of our unworthiness or a reflection of a scarce world. It is simply a symptom of our own resistance, a sign that we have built energetic dams that are blocking the natural flow. Our work is not to chase money, but to joyfully dismantle the dams of our own limiting beliefs and become an open channel for the wealth that is already trying to reach us. Before we can welcome this flow, we must first purify our perception of what money truly is. Money is not the root of all evil, nor is it the source of all happiness. Money itself is neutral. It is a form of energy. It is a tool, a symbol, a current that we use to exchange value with one another. Think of it like electricity. Electricity is not inherently good or evil. It can be used to light a hospital and save a life, or it can be used to cause destruction. The energy itself is neutral. Its effect is determined by the intention of the one who wields it. Money is the same. It simply amplifies what is already there. It will make a generous person more generous, a fearful person more fearful, a creative person more creative. Our task is to heal our relationship with this energy, to wash away the layers of guilt, fear, and judgment that we have projected onto it. We must uncover our money wounds, the limiting beliefs we inherited from our family and our culture. Beliefs like, you have to work hard for your money. Money doesn't grow on trees. Rich people are greedy and corrupt. Wanting to be wealthy is not spiritual. Each of these beliefs is a dam. Each one creates a vibration of resistance and places a ceiling on the amount of abundance you will allow yourself to receive. If you subconsciously believe rich people are bad, you will sabotage your own success to ensure you remain a good person. If you believe you must work hard for money, you will block all avenues of easy, joyful, and unexpected wealth. The most profound shift we can make is to move from a mindset of earning to a mindset of allowing. The concept of earning a living is inherently limiting. It implies a direct, linear trade, 1 hour of your labor for a fixed amount of money. Since you only have a limited number of hours in a day, your potential for income is automatically capped. It is a model based on effort and limitation. The mindset of allowing, however, is based on infinite possibility. It acknowledges that abundance can flow to you from countless channels, most of which have nothing to do with the hours you work. When you are in a state of allowing, you are open to receiving wealth through your salary. Yes, but also through a brilliant business idea that comes to you in the shower, through an unexpected gift, through an investment that multiplies, through a stranger who offers you a dream opportunity, through finding a $20 bill on the street. You stop telling the universe that money can only come through the single, narrow channel of your paycheck, and you open yourself up to the infinite creativity of the cosmos. The practical work of this is to begin cultivating the feeling of abundance and wealth long before your bank account reflects it. Remember, you attract what you are in vibration with. You cannot attract wealth from a feeling of being poor. You must find a way to feel prosperous now. How do you do this? You start by meticulously appreciating the wealth that already surrounds you. You may not have millions in the bank, but you are living a life of riches that would be unimaginable to kings of the past. You have instant access to clean water. You have a refrigerator that keeps your food fresh. You have a comfortable bed. You have access to the entire world's knowledge on the internet. You have relationships. You have ideas. You have the incredible wealth of your own body and its senses. By consciously focusing on this existing abundance, you shift your dominant vibration from not enough to more than enough, which is a powerful magnetic frequency. Next, you must change your energy around the circulation of money. For most people, paying a bill is a painful experience. It is a moment of lack, a reminder of money leaving. You must flip this on its head when you pay your electricity bill. Instead of feeling the pain of the money going out, feel a wave of immense gratitude for the electricity that has been powering your life. It kept you warm. It lit your home. It powered the computer you are using. You are not losing money. You are joyfully exchanging energy for a wonderful service. See yourself as a vital conduit for this flow. Money flows to you, and it flows through you, and you bless it on its way. This transforms an act of lack into an act of grateful, abundant circulation. You can also practice feeling wealthy in your imagination. Go to a high-end store that you normally wouldn't enter. Don't go with the painful feeling of, I can't afford any of this. Go with the playful feeling of, I am exploring my options. Touch the fine fabrics. Admire the craftsmanship. Allow yourself to appreciate the quality without the needy desire to possess it. Or browse luxury real estate websites. Imagine yourself living in those beautiful homes. Feel the feeling of spaciousness and elegance. This is not about torturing yourself with what you don't have. It is about practicing the feeling of freedom, choice, and abundance. This practice expands your sense of what is possible and acclimates your nervous system to the vibration of wealth. In this new paradigm, inspired action is your guide. You do not have to slave away at a job you hate to become wealthy. When you are in a state of feeling abundant and open, you will receive inspired ideas, the nudge to develop a new skill, the brilliant concept for a business, the sudden confidence to ask for a well-deserved raise, the impulse to invest in something you believe in. You act on these light, exciting, joyful impulses, not on the heavy, fearful obligation of the daily grind. You also learn to become a gracious receiver. When someone offers you a compliment, receive it fully. When someone wants to buy you lunch, allow them to. If you find $1 on the ground, pick it up with joy and gratitude. Seeing it as a wink from the universe, a confirmation that abundance is everywhere and is always flowing to you. The story of the person who loses their job is a perfect testament to this. In the old paradigm, this is a disaster, leading to frantic, fearful, forced action. In the new paradigm, if they can resist the panic and instead take time to do what brings them joy, they enter a state of allowing. This is when the brilliant idea for a new business can strike, leading them to a life far more prosperous and fulfilling than the one they lost. This empowered, unapologetic approach to prosperity is the core message of many modern audiobooks. Like Jen Sincero's "You Are a Badass at Making Money," which encourages you to release your shame and fear and to boldly claim your right to a rich life. As we learn to apply these principles of flow and allowance to our financial lives, we begin to see that they are not just money rules. They are universal laws of energy, the same patterns of resistance, the same limiting beliefs, the same need for allowing, and the same power of our vibrational state apply to every corner of our human experience. The art of allowing wealth is not so different from the art of allowing health, or creativity, or profound love. Let us now turn our attention from the flow of currency to the flow of connection, to another area where we often create immense and unnecessary struggle, the realm of our relationships. As we learn to allow the effortless flow of abundance into our financial lives, we come to a profound realization. The principles of this new way of living are universal, the same patterns of resistance, the same limiting beliefs, the same need for allowing, and the same incredible power of our vibrational state apply to every single corner of our human experience. The art of allowing wealth is not so different from the art of allowing love, connection, and harmony. We now turn our attention from the flow of currency to the flow of connection, to an area where we often create some of our most intense and painful struggles, the realm of our relationships. We have been taught that relationships are hard work, that they require compromise and sacrifice. And while healthy relationships do require attention and care, much of what we call work is actually just resistance. It is the exhausting effort of trying to force a connection, to change another person, or to seek validation from a source outside of ourselves. The path of least effort invites us into a new paradigm, one based on attraction, alignment, and the radical freedom of allowing. The first and most transformative truth we must embrace about our relationships is this: you are the common denominator. Every significant relationship in your life, from your most intimate romantic partner to your closest friends to your family members, is a mirror. It is a perfect, living reflection of your own inner state, your own core beliefs, and your own relationship with yourself. This is not about blame. It is about empowerment. It means that the power to change your relationships does not lie in changing the other person. It lies in changing yourself. If you consistently find yourself attracting partners who are emotionally unavailable, the mirror is showing you a part of yourself that is emotionally unavailable to your own needs. If you often feel overlooked or unappreciated by your friends, the mirror is reflecting back a part of you that does not yet see and appreciate its own worth. If you are surrounded by drama and conflict, the mirror is showing you the unresolved conflict that exists within your own energy field. The world is populated with billions of people, each vibrating at a different frequency. By the law of attraction, you will only be able to perceive and form meaningful connections with those who are a vibrational match to your own dominant state. This understanding completely dismantles the romantic myth that has caused so much suffering, the idea that you are an incomplete half, searching for your other half to finally make you whole. This belief, while seemingly romantic, is born from a deep-seated feeling of inadequacy. It sends you out into the world with a needy, grasping energy, looking for someone to fill your own inner void. An effortless, joyful relationship is never about two half people trying to complete each other. It is about two whole people who have already done the work of finding wholeness within themselves, coming together to share and amplify their joy. The most important relationship you will ever cultivate is the one with yourself. When you learn to love and accept yourself, to enjoy your own company, and to be the source of your own happiness, you cease to need anything from anyone else. This makes you profoundly attractive, and it allows you to enter into relationships not as a beggar, but as a giver. This brings us to the single greatest source of work and struggle in relationships, the futile and exhausting effort of trying to change other people. This is the ultimate act of paddling upstream. It is a form of resistance against the reality of who another person is. It is born from the belief, if only he were more ambitious, or if only she were less emotional, or if only they would just see things my way, then I could be happy. This mindset immediately makes you a victim. Your happiness becomes conditional upon another person's behavior, a variable you can never truly control. You can spend years, even decades, trying to coax, convince, and cajole someone into being the person you want them to be. And all it will ever create is frustration for you and resentment for them. The path of least effort is the path of radical acceptance. It is the wisdom to allow others the dignity of being who they are. Right now, without your constant editing and improvement projects, this does not mean you must tolerate disrespect or abuse. It means you see people clearly for who they are. And then you make a clear choice. You choose whether or not their authentic self is a vibrational match for you. You make your choices based on the reality of them, not the potential of who you wish they could become. So, if you are not meant to change others, how do you create the beautiful relationships you desire? You do it through the art of attraction. You stop focusing on finding the right person, and you focus on being the right person instead of making a superficial checklist of the qualities you want in a partner: their height, their job, their hobbies. You must define the feelings you want to experience in a relationship. Close your eyes and ask yourself, In my ideal relationship, how do I want to feel? The answers might be cherished, safe, appreciated, inspired, joyful, peaceful, free, and deeply seen. This is your true list of desires. Now, your work, your only work, is to find ways to give those feelings to yourself. First, if you want to feel cherished, you must begin to treat yourself with deep care and reverence. If you want to feel appreciated, you must start a practice of appreciating yourself. If you want to feel joyful and inspired, you must build a life that is filled with things that bring you joy and inspiration. You literally become a vibrational match for the very feelings you desire. When you are a walking, breathing embodiment of joy, appreciation, and self-love, you become a powerful magnet for people who resonate with and are capable of reflecting that same energy. You no longer have to search. You simply have to attract. As you become the source of your own happiness, you can interact with others from a place of wholeness. You can enjoy them for who they are, without the immense pressure of needing them to be your savior or your source of validation. The drama falls away because the neediness that created the drama is gone. The story of the person who consistently attracts critical and judgmental partners is a perfect illustration of this principle. For years, they believe the problem is with the people they are choosing. But after deep reflection, they realize they have a viciously loud inner critic, constantly judging their every move. Their external relationships are simply mirroring their internal one. So, they go to work, they practice self-compassion, they learn to celebrate their small victories. They challenge their own negative self-talk as their relationship with themselves becomes more loving and accepting. They find one of two things happens. Their existing critical partners either soften and begin to reflect this new, kinder energy back to them, or they effortlessly and peacefully drift out of their life, making space for new people to arrive who are a perfect match for their newfound self-love. They didn't have to change anyone. They changed themselves, and their entire relational reality transformed around them. The state of relational harmony, which is born from radical self-love and the grace of allowing others to be themselves, does more than simply bring us peace of mind. It has a profound and direct impact on our physical selves. The constant stress of relational conflict, of feeling unseen, of trying to change someone, creates a state of physiological alarm in the body. The peace of authentic connection, of feeling safe and cherished, creates a state of deep physiological relaxation. These are not just emotional states. They are biological realities that shape our health day in and day out. This brings us to the ultimate foundation upon which a well-lived life is built, the effortless flow of our own health and well-being. This state of relational harmony, born from a deep well of self-love and the radical acceptance of others, does more than just bring us peace of mind. It has a profound and direct impact on the foundation of our entire physical experience. The chronic stress of conflict and the deep peace of authentic connection are not just abstract, emotional states. They are powerful, physiological realities that constantly shape our cellular health. This understanding brings us to the most fundamental application of the path of least effort, the cultivation of a vibrant, effortless flow of our own health and well-being. For too long, we have treated health as a war. It is a battle against aging, a fight against fat, a struggle against cravings, a war against disease. We are taught to punish our bodies with grueling workouts, to deprive them with restrictive diets, and to see our own physical form as a flawed and unruly adversary that must be forced into submission. This entire paradigm is built on resistance. The path of least effort offers a gentler, wiser, and far more effective approach. One based on partnership, listening, alignment, and a deep, trusting respect for the miraculous intelligence of your own body. The foundational principle of effortless health is this: your body's natural, default state is one of vibrant wellness. Your body is not a lemon, prone to breaking down at the first opportunity. It is a staggeringly intelligent, self-regulating, self-healing organism. Every second of every day, without any conscious thought from you, it performs trillions of miracles. It heals a cut on your finger. It digests your food and turns it into life-giving energy. It identifies and destroys invading pathogens. It constantly regenerates its own cells. This ceaseless striving for balance is a biological principle called homeostasis. Your body's innate intelligence is always working on your behalf, striving to maintain this state of perfect, healthy equilibrium. So, if this is true, why do we experience illness? From this new perspective, we can understand that much of what we call dis-ease is the physical manifestation of a long-term state of resistance. The word itself tells the story. It is a state of being not at ease. It is the cumulative result of paddling upstream against the current of our own well-being. The primary cause of this disruption is chronic stress, which is simply the physical experience of resistance. The connection between your emotional state and your physical health is not mystical. It is biochemical. Every emotion you feel triggers a cascade of chemicals in your body. When you experience low-frequency emotions like fear, anger, worry, or resentment, your brain signals the release of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. This is the fight or flight response. It was designed to help us escape short-term threats, like a predator. But in our modern world, many of us live in a state of chronic, low-grade fight or flight, constantly worried about deadlines, finances, and relationships. When your body is continuously marinated in these stress chemicals, your systems begin to break down. Cortisol creates inflammation. It suppresses your immune system. It disrupts your digestion, and it throws your hormones out of balance. This is the physiological reality of struggle. It is the heavy price your body pays for your resistance. Now, consider the alternative when you experience high-frequency emotions like love, joy, peace, and gratitude. Your brain releases a completely different cocktail of chemicals. It releases endorphins, which are natural painkillers. It releases serotonin, which regulates mood. It releases oxytocin, the love hormone that creates feelings of connection and safety. This is the chemistry of well-being. This is the physiological state of rest, rest, and repair when your body is bathed in these beneficial chemicals. Inflammation decreases, your immune system is strengthened, and your cells can go about their miraculous work of regeneration and healing. Your dominant emotional state is either building health or it is creating the conditions for disease, the path to effortless health. Therefore, it's not about finding the perfect diet or the most punishing workout. It is about learning to cultivate a dominant emotional state of peace and joy, thereby creating the optimal chemical environment for your body's innate healing intelligence to do its magnificent work. This understanding transforms our approach to daily health practices. We can move beyond rigid external rules and into a partnership with our bodies. Consider the concept of intuitive eating. The old paradigm is one of restrictive dieting. It sets up an adversarial relationship with food and with your own body. Certain foods are labeled bad, and your cravings are seen as enemies to be conquered through willpower. This creates a cycle of deprivation, craving, guilt, and failure. Intuitive eating, by contrast, is a practice of deep listening. It is about asking your body what would truly nourish you right now, and then trusting the answer. Sometimes, your body's wisdom will ask for a nutrient-dense salad. Other times, it might ask for the comfort of a warm bowl of pasta, or the simple pleasure of a piece of dark chocolate. When you remove the judgment and guilt, and instead build a relationship of trust with your body's signals, you naturally begin to gravitate towards a balanced way of eating that is uniquely right for you. The same principle applies to movement. The old paradigm is one of punishing exercise, of no pain, no gain. We force ourselves to go to a gym we hate or to run when we despise running, all out of a sense of obligation and the feeling of being at war with our bodies. This is forced action. and it is unsustainable. The path of least effort invites you to discover joyful movement. What kind of physical activity actually makes you feel good for you? It might be dancing in your living room, or hiking in the mountains, or swimming in the ocean. It might be gardening, or practicing gentle yoga, or playing tag with your children. When you find a way to move that is genuinely fun, it ceases to be a chore and becomes a form of play. It energizes you instead of draining you. And because you love it, you will do it consistently without any need for willpower. Finally, we must reclaim the profound healing power of rest and pleasure. Our hustle culture has taught us to see rest as laziness and pleasure as a frivolous indulgence. This is a dangerous lie. Deep rest, quality sleep, and the experience of simple, uncomplicated pleasure are not optional luxuries. They are non-negotiable health essentials. It is during these states of deep relaxation and pleasure that your body fully enters the parasympathetic rest and repair mode. This is when the most profound healing occurs. To prioritize a nap, a relaxing bath, a moment spent savoring a sunset, or time spent laughing with a friend is to engage in a powerful act of self-healing. The common story of the person who struggles for years with weight loss, trying every restrictive diet and punishing workout plan with no lasting success, is a perfect testament to this wisdom. Their journey is one of constant falls and resistance, but when they finally give up the fight, when they decide to stop warring with their body and instead start listening to it, everything changes. They start eating what feels good and nourishing. They find a form of movement they truly love. They prioritize their own peace and joy, and almost like magic, without the struggle, their body naturally settles at a healthy, sustainable weight. They didn't win a war. They simply declared peace. True, lasting health is not a battle to be won. It is a graceful dance of partnership with the miraculous intelligence of your body. It is about loving yourself enough to listen to its wisdom, and then providing it with the most powerful nutrients of all, the high vibration frequencies of joy, peace, and appreciation. As we learn to apply this graceful, allowing approach to our finances, our relationships, and now our own physical vitality, we discover a common golden thread that weaves through them all. We see that there is one practice, one state of being that acts as a powerful catalyst, an amplifier that accelerates the process of manifestation and deepens the experience of flow in every domain. It is a frequency that harmonizes all others and magnifies our ability to receive good into our lives. This ultimate catalyst, this master key to effortless living, is the profound and simple power of gratitude. As we learn to apply the graceful principles of allowing to our finances, our relationships, and our own physical vitality, we begin to notice a common golden thread that weaves them all together. We see that there is one specific practice, one state of being that acts as a universal catalyst, a powerful accelerator that enhances every aspect of this effortless path. It is a frequency that harmonizes all others, that dissolves resistance on contact, and that magnifies our ability to receive good into our lives beyond measure. This ultimate catalyst, this master key that unlocks the gates of grace, is the profound, humble, and life-altering power of gratitude. We often think of gratitude as a simple courtesy, a polite thank you said in response to a gift or a kindness. But true, deep gratitude is not a social formality. It is one of the highest and most creative, vibrational states a human being can embody. It is not just about saying thanks. It is about being thanks. It is a state of profound appreciation that, when practiced deliberately, becomes the single most powerful engine for effortless manifestation. To understand why gratitude is so potent, we must look at its energetic mechanics. When you feel a genuine sense of gratitude, you are sending a loud, clear, and powerful signal out into the universe. That signal says, I have received something good, and I am acknowledging it. I see the abundance that is already in my life. I am in a state of reception. This is a vibration of fullness, not of lack. You cannot feel truly grateful and feel deprived in the same instant. The two frequencies are mutually exclusive. Gratitude, therefore, is the ultimate and most immediate way to pivot out of a low-frequency state of want or worry and into a high-frequency state of appreciation and abundance. It instantly changes your point of attraction, but its power goes even deeper. Here lies the secret that makes gratitude the ultimate creative accelerator. When you learn to feel grateful for something you desire before it has physically manifested, you completely and utterly close the vibrational gap between you and your desire. Think about it. The feeling of having what you want is ultimately a feeling of relief, joy, and gratitude. If you can generate that feeling of gratitude now, as if your prayer has already been answered, then on a vibrational level, there is no longer any difference between you and the reality you desire. You have become a perfect energetic match to it. In that sacred moment of pure gratitude for what is to come, you are not wanting, you are not hoping, you are not wishing, you are having. You have collapsed time. You have impressed the subconscious mind with the finished picture, and by the immutable law of the universe, that reality must now conform to the truth you have declared with your grateful heart. This is the fast track. It is the most direct path to receiving, because it is the art of acknowledging the gift while it is still in its non-physical, energetic form. This means we must cultivate gratitude as a proactive, daily practice, not just a reactive emotion. It is a muscle we must choose to strengthen. One of the simplest and most effective ways to do this is with a gratitude journal or list. Each day, take a few moments to write down 5 or 10 things you are genuinely grateful for. But do not let it become a mechanical chore. The magic is not in the words on the page. It is in the feeling in your heart. After you write each item, pause, close your eyes, and for just 30 seconds, allow yourself to truly feel the gratitude for it. If you write "my comfortable bed," don't just write the words. Take a moment to recall the feeling of sinking into that bed at the end of a long day. The feeling of the soft pillows, the warmth of the blankets. Let the genuine feeling of appreciation wash over you. This practice trains your brain to constantly scan for positives and marinates you in a high vibration state. Then, you can take this practice to the next level, proactive gratitude for your future. Now, this is a powerful form of creative prayer. You begin to give thanks for the very things you have asked for, speaking of them as if they are already yours. You might write in your journal or say out loud, "I am so deeply grateful for my strong, healthy, and vibrant body. It feels so amazing to move with such ease and energy." You say this even if you are still on your healing journey. You might say, "Thank you, universe, for the perfect, loving partner who cherishes and adores me. Our life together is so full of laughter and joy." You feel this gratitude even if you are currently single. This is not lying to yourself. This is an act of profound faith. It is an acknowledgement that in the non-physical realm, it is already done. You are aligning with that truth. You are saying thank you for the answer that is already on its way. To help maintain this state throughout the day, you can use a physical anchor. Find a small, smooth stone or a crystal that feels good in your hand. This will be your gratitude rock. Place it in your pocket. Every time you touch it during the day, let it be your secret reminder to pause, breathe, and find one thing in that exact moment to be grateful for. The feeling of the sun on your face, the taste of your lunch, a friendly smile from a stranger, a song you love on the radio. This simple practice weaves a thread of conscious appreciation through the fabric of your day, constantly pulling your vibration back to a place of peace and reception. The highest and most transformative level of this practice is learning to find gratitude even for your challenges. This does not mean you must pretend to enjoy pain, hardship, or disappointment. It means cultivating the wisdom to look for the hidden gift within the difficult experience. When you are faced with a challenge, instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" you can ask a more empowering set of questions. What is this situation teaching me? How is this making me stronger, wiser, or more compassionate? What new path is this obstacle forcing me to find? When you can genuinely give thanks for the lesson the challenge has brought you, you completely transmute its energy. You shift from the low-frequency state of victimhood and resistance to the high-frequency state of empowerment, wisdom, and trust. You are declaring your faith that even this difficult thing is somehow conspiring for your ultimate good. You are turning the poison of the experience into the medicine of your own growth. The simple story of the person who keeps a gratitude jar, writing down one blessing each day on a slip of paper and dropping it in, is a beautiful visual of this principle. At the start, the jar is empty, but day by day, it begins to fill. After a year, the jar is overflowing with hundreds of acknowledged blessings, a tangible testament to a life of recognized abundance. Their focus has shifted so completely from what is missing to what is present that their entire reality has been reshaped around this new, grateful consciousness. This is the very essence of the teachings found in audiobooks like Rhonda Byrne's The Magic, which guides you through an immersive 28-day journey of making gratitude the central pillar of your life. This profound practice of gratitude and of appreciating both what you already have and what is on its way is more than just a tool or a technique. It is the emotional texture of the state of being we are ultimately aiming for. It is the feeling tone of faith itself. It is the key ingredient that allows us to move from occasionally visiting a state of well-being to permanently taking up residence there. It is the spiritual catalyst that allows us to fully and completely embody the ultimate creative stance to live, to breathe, to think, and to act from the state of the wish already fulfilled. We have now traveled to the summit of this mountain of understanding. We have learned to release resistance, to trust the benevolent flow of the universe, to tune our vibration, and to feel gratitude for what is and what is to come. All of these practices, all of these shifts in perception have been leading us to this final, ultimate, and most powerful state of being. This is the masterwork. It is the art of moving beyond the doing of techniques and into the effortless being of the result. This is the practice that synthesizes all others into a single, cohesive way of life. This is the destination where the journey of seeking ends, and the journey of living truly begins. This is the profound and simple secret of living in the end, the state of the wish fulfilled. Let us be very clear about what this means. This is not about faking it till you make it. Faking it is an act of profound inner conflict. It is wearing a mask of abundance on the outside while your inner world is screaming with the feeling of lack. It is putting on a costume of confidence while your heart is trembling with fear. This creates a dissonant, chaotic vibration that only confuses the universe and exhausts you. Faking it is a strategy of the ego, and it is still rooted in struggle. Living in the end is something else entirely. It is not an outer pretense. It is an inner transformation. It is an act of faithing it. It is the art of changing your core assumption about who you are. From the inside out, you are not pretending to be the person who has what you want. You are, through the power of your disciplined imagination and feeling, assuming the identity of that person. You are deciding, on the deepest level of your being, that the new reality is your true reality, and the outer world of circumstance is simply a shadow that has not yet caught up. You are changing your self-concept. It is the ultimate act of faith. Qui est internal knowing that the desire is already a fact in the only reality that truly matters, the reality of your own consciousness. So what does a day in the life of someone living in the end actually look like? It begins the moment you awaken. The person living in lack wakes up, and their first thought is often a jolt of anxiety about their problems, the bills, the loneliness, the frustrating job. The person living in the end wakes up, and before the old worries can take hold, they deliberately conjure the feeling of their wish already being fulfilled. They might feel a wave of gentle relief, qui est gratitude, or peaceful satisfaction. They start their day from the emotional destination, not from the starting line of struggle. Throughout the day, this new assumption becomes the filter through which they view the world. When faced with a decision, big or small, they ask themselves, what would the version of me who is already wealthy, or healthy, or blissfully in love choose to do right now? This question changes everything. Would the wealthy you buy the cheap, low-quality item out of fear, or would you invest in the quality item with a sense of deservingness? Would the healthy you skip your walk because you're too busy, or would you joyfully make time for it because you love how it feels to move your vibrant body? You begin to make choices not from a place of fear and lack, but from a place of confidence, wholeness, and self-worth. The most powerful application of this principle is in your reaction to what the world calls bad news. Let's say your desire is financial abundance, and an unexpected bill arrives in the mail. The old you, the you living in lack, would react with panic, stress, and a tightening in your stomach. This reaction reinforces the vibration of lack, but the new you, the you living from the end, sees this bill through different eyes. You look at it and think, from my state of abundance, this is simply a transaction, an easy and expected part of a prosperous life. You neutralize its emotional charge. You pay it with a sense of calm capability, not fearful scarcity. If you desire a loving relationship and someone you are interested in doesn't text you back, the old you might spiral into feelings of rejection and unworthiness. The you living in the end feels a momentary disappointment, perhaps, but their core state is one of being loved and cherished. So they think, that's interesting. The universe is simply closing a door that was not my highest good to make way for the person who is a perfect match for me. You stop allowing outer circumstances to dictate your inner state. Instead, your inner state begins to reinterpret and thus disarm the outer circumstances. This practice is not about achieving a state of uninterrupted perfection. You are human. You will have moments where you forget. You will get triggered by old patterns. You will slip and find yourself back in the old state of feeling lack or worry. The true mastery is not in never falling out of the state. It is in how quickly and gently you can return to it. The practice is one of constant compassionata course correction. When you notice you are feeling the old anxiety, you do not judge yourself. You do not scold yourself. You simply notice it with a gentle awareness and say, there's that old feeling. I remember that, but that's not who I am anymore. And then you use one of your tools. You take a deep breath. You find something to be grateful for. You pivot your thought. You gently, lovingly guide yourself back home to the feeling of the wish already fulfilled. It is a continuous, graceful dance of return. When you commit to this practice, when you truly inhabit the feeling of your new reality, a final and mystical transformation occurs. Psychological time begins to collapse. The past and the future are creations of the mind. Regret lives in the past. Anxiety lives in the future. But when you are living in the end, you are fully present in the eternal now. You are embodying the feeling of the finished creation in this moment. Your past loses its power to define you, and your future loses its power to cause you anxiety, because you are no longer striving toward a future goal. You are living from it. This sustained, present moment feeling of the wish fulfilled is the most powerful creative signal you can possibly emit. It is a declaration to the universe that the creation is complete, and the physical world, which is but a mirror to your dominant state of consciousness, must conform. It has no choice. The time lag between your inner reality and your outer reality shortens because there is no longer any vibrational conflict between them. This profound practice, as taught by Neville Goddard in his powerful audiobooks and lectures, is the culmination of the path of least effort. It is the final key that unlocks the door to a life of grace, synchronicity, and ease. It is the ultimate letting go, the ultimate act of faith, the ultimate alignment with the creative power of the universe. It is where you cease to be a seeker and become a finder, where you cease to be a decider and become a creator, where you cease to be a victim of your reality and become the conscious, peaceful, and powerful architect of your world. With this final, profound understanding, we have completed our exploration of the principles that govern effortless manifestation. We have traveled from questioning the nobility of struggle to embodying the peace of the wish fulfilled. Let us now take a moment to look back at the path we have traveled and to distill the ultimate liberating message of this entire journey. We have now traveled the full arc of this transformative journey together. We began by standing in the familiar, turbulent waters of struggle, straining against the current. We were taught we must fight. We dared to question this foundational myth, and in doing so, we identified our true adversary, not as the world outside, but as the resistance within. We chose to see the universe not as a cold and scarce place, but as a benevolent, abundant river, whose current is always flowing toward our highest good. We learned to put down the oars of force and control, and to instead trust the flow. We discovered that we are vibrational beings, and that our feelings are the compass by which we navigate. We found the courage to detach from outcomes, to honor the whispers of our intuition, and to embrace the profound peace of knowing that we are already enough. We learned that patience is not passive waiting, but active trust, and that our words and feelings are the potent, magical tools we use to sculpt our reality from the inside out. And finally, we arrived at the ultimate destination, the state of the wish fulfilled, the quiet, powerful practice of living from the end as the creator of our world, not its victim. This has not been a journey of adding more to ourselves, but of stripping away all that was never true, to reveal the effortless, joyful, and powerful being that has been waiting underneath all along. If there is one ultimate message to carry with you from our time together, let it be this: the peace, the joy, and the abundance you seek are not distant destinations you must struggle to reach. They are your natural state. They are your birthright. They are the inevitable reality that reveals itself the moment you stop resisting it. The path of least effort is not a new set of rules to follow or a more complicated strategy for success. It is a path of subtraction. It is the gentle art of letting go of the belief that you are not worthy, letting go of the need to control, letting go of the fear of the unknown, letting go of the war against yourself. Peace is not something you find. It is what you return to when you stop creating conflict. Abundance is not something you acquire. It is what you align with when you stop focusing on lack. Your life is not a problem to be solved, but a masterpiece waiting to be revealed. You are not the struggling rower. You are the magnificent river itself, and the artist holding the brush. And so, you are left now with a profound and liberating sense of your own power, not the power to force and control, but the far greater power to choose your own frequency, to direct your own focus, and to align with the grace that is always available to you. You do not need to change the world. You only need to change the lens through which you see it. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and your journey into a life of ease begins with a single conscious choice. It can begin now with one deep, calming breath. It can begin with one single thought of genuine gratitude. It can begin with a simple, quiet decision to allow yourself to feel good. Right now, for no other reason than it is your natural state to do so, the universe is conspiring in your favor. The river is flowing. Your only work is to allow it step into the current. The path of ease is here. Begin